Do 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 do. Welcome, travelers. Welcome to another strange and awkward episode of these Bible study devotionals. We're trying to put God first in some degree, even though it's can be a little weird at times, but we're going to keep going for it, right? We're going to keep trying to practice sowing some seeds of faith out, or maybe even watering some seeds of faith, as almost like as Apollos was doing. And also we're going to get into more of the grind of learning Flatland BMX, which Flatland BMX is really cool because you can basically learn it in very minimal quarters. And it's strange. And honestly, what's weird is Flatland, like it almost feels like playing an RPG game because like, you know, like how like a lot of RPG games, like they have like the skill trees and you get to pick your tree and then you can go into one ability and then you can go into another ability. That's kind of what Flatland's been reminding me of because like you learn certain tricks and they'll build off of into other different combos and different combos, and it's crazy. And it's like what's also very interesting is it's like I haven't really seen many flat riders that are just like good at everything, right? But you can almost like I can tell people's styles and you can kind of tell what tricks they really focused in on and where they went in and where those combos went into. It's very interesting. So anyway, we'll get into that. Maybe if we're not too tired, we'll get into drawing. So yeah, let's get this going. Whoop! Let's do this. Let's see here. Let me flip this over. Okay, let's see. What are we gonna get into today? Let's see here. Let us see. What are we gonna get into for the Bible study? I'm honestly not quite sure. Let me open up the stream right here, just in case someone asks a question or something like that. We can get it a little bit more covered. So let's see here. I'm gonna open it up. Maybe we should look up the whole thing on like trying to put God first, right? Because sometimes I do kind of struggle, and it's weird because I do these Bible studies right in the beginning, right? But there's like always this strange thought of being like, what would these streams be like if I never did these Bible studies, right? I mean, the one thing is I always have to remember is that these Bible studies kind of got me deeper into even continuing to stream, right? Because prior to doing the BMX streams, well, I was doing the BMX streams, but I used to play a bunch of WoW and stuff, right? But my computer's kind of like a potato a bit, and can't really stream video games that well. But we can stream this. So I started riding BMX, and I didn't know, but there wasn't many BMX riders at all, honestly, on Twitch. There really still isn't that many. But then what was weird is then I met other believers, and I kind of observed what they were doing, and then they were doing their Bible studies, and then they get into like working out, or like they get into playing video games and stuff like that. And I just thought that was very, very interesting, them doing that, right? Because I was like, it's so odd to see that. It's kind of peculiar to see that because if you go onto YouTube right now, like at this very moment, you go onto YouTube and you type in Bible study devotional and you just press OK and you just look up all those. It's generally you just see this devotionals, right? You just see the Bible studies and then it's just done and you don't see anything else that they're doing. It's just like that's all you see is just this devotional, right? And then but when you see like some streamers and they're just doing their devotional and then they're doing other things, it's very like interesting, right? Because you kind of get to see like believers in some sense in a more of a real life aspect, right? I found that very inspiring. And there's been a lot of things that I've been learning about from that too, because I was talking about this last week, but what's weird is like, I feel like if like 2 years ago, because I've been doing these Bible studies maybe for like, maybe 2 years, maybe a year straight, more than a year straight now, maybe a year and a half. And the thing is that like, I feel like if there was somebody that was going to say, hey, you're going to be doing Bible study devotionals and then putting these out on YouTube, right? I would have been like, no way, man, I am not doing that. That's too weird. It's too awkward. It's too scary. What are people going to think of me? I'm going to say stuff wrong. I don't know how to edit it. But then what was weird is since I feel like, I honestly feel like maybe even streaming your Bible study devotionals, maybe prior to even doing YouTube videos or something like that, is a good way to just kind of like, just get the ball rolling, right? Because you can't edit things out, right? And I feel like for me personally, once I get into the aspect of editing things down, especially like if you were doing a devotional or something, or like, something like that, where it's like you have to like, you say something wrong, you're like, oh my goodness, I gotta find where I said that wrong. Where did I find where I said was wrong? That was like 30 minutes in, but I don't know exactly what that time period was and it's like you have to listen to it again and over and over and over. So that's the other weird thing is I don't really listen to these things over again, right? In most cases, I used to, but now these Bible studies are a little too long for me personally to just re-listen to them. So I just kind of just wing it, right? I just keep going for it. If I say something wrong, I just say, hopefully I like to acknowledge that I said something wrong, and that's also what I say a lot of times is take my words with a grain of salt, right? Because it's not like I'm perfect or something, but that's also why we do these Bible studies, right? Because a lot of these Bible studies, I'm trying to get into topics that I really don't know about. There's been so many questions that I never really even like looked into. Sometimes these questions there's not many sermons on. Sometimes I've asked other believers, I don't get many responses, and then what ends up happening is I just try and go, okay, well, if I can't really find many questions or answers on these things, what does God's word, is there any combos we can find in God's word in that, right? And then what's also weird about doing these devotionals in a streaming aspect, right, is that it kind of, especially like how a bunch of believers are doing it, where they're doing their devotional and then they get into something, right? I think there's something to be learned from it. And the one thing that I learned about it is just commitment, right? Because, dude, I feel like if I didn't do the BMX riding or the drawing after these devotionals, dude, there would have been so many Bible studies where I was just like, I'm just going to delete that entire thing. It was so cringy. It was so awkward. I didn't, all that stuff, right? But since I do the biking, it kind of like solidifies it, where it's like, once I start landing things on my bike, I'm just like, okay, well, we're just going to save this entire stream, I guess, even though the Bible study was really awkward or something like that. So it kind of like makes me commit to doing it, because I don't know, it's so strange, and I don't really know what I would even look up in terms, I don't even know what I'm really talking about, honestly, like in terms of like, I guess we're just talking about commitment and just keeping to just going for it, right? And just like not giving up, right? There's that one cheesy quote that says, success is built upon the mountains of our failures, right? Or like success is like climbing the mountains of our failures or something like that, which is a really cool quote. Now, that's not from the Bible or anything, but I think there is something to be learned of just going through our failures, right? Because there was this one Olympic athlete that I was watching this documentary, right? And she was saying something along the lines of the people that are at the top, sometimes a lot of people think, oh, well, it's just natural raw talent, which sometimes I guess it is, right? Or sometimes it's just like they're just prone to just being savants or proteges or something like that. Maybe they even learned in their dreams like we did last week, But the thing is that this one Olympic athlete said that most of the cases from what she's observed is like most of the people at the top in Olympic athletes, they're just the ones that failed the most. And they just never gave up. And I was just like, whoa, that's such a weird thing to think about, right? It's so weird to think about the people from her observations, at the top of where they're at, is like they're the ones that actually failed the most, right? And that kind of makes sense, because how do we learn, right? In most cases, for me, I think for most people, we learn through our failures, right? And I don't know, that's maybe what we can get into again. I've done like maybe 3 Bible studies on it already, but maybe we could get into the verse of like God is glorified in our weaknesses, right? Let's look into that. What verse is that? That's like Corinthians something. Let's look that verse up. God is glorified in our weaknesses. God is glorified in our weaknesses. Let's look that up. What verse is that? And that's, okay, this is 2 Corinthians 12 and 9. And it says, "But he said to me, my grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me, right? And that's the other weird thing is, man, this verse right here, even when I read it just again, dude, it's just such a paradox compared to a lot of parts of our society, right? Because even if you go on Instagram or like TikTok or even YouTube and stuff, it's like the very thing of like what I was talking about earlier, right? It's like it's always, not always, but most of the cases it's edited down, and we kind of see people's highlights, right? You don't necessarily see everybody's just mess ups or the things that they don't edit out, and sometimes maybe the things that they don't edit out could be weaknesses, right? Maybe we could look into like, what does God think about? It's kind of weird to think like, how is God glorified in our weaknesses, right? Let's look at, it's so weird. I've done like 3 Bible studies on this, but I really still don't really understand how that is like. That's strange. Let's read a commentary on this one. 2 Corinthians 12:9 commentary. 2 Cor 12:9 commentary. Let's see here. Which one are we going to look up? Power of humility. What is this one? This is like the very first one. What does this one say? I'm just slowly reviewing this one a bit. Let us see. Okay, let's read this one. This is on rethinknow.org. I've never seen the site, by the way. It's so weird. While I'll look up like certain Bible study or Bible commentaries, I've never seen this site before. I'm like, what in the world? I've looked up so many verses. I've never seen this site before, so I'm just curious. What does it say? So take it with a grain of salt. Take my word with a grain of salt. Well, let's read this, okay? 2 Corinthians 12:9 meaning. Let's look at what Paul wrote. What led Paul to write, "My grace is sufficient for you. My strength is made perfect in weakness." Therefore, a powerful truth for us today is found in 2 Corinthians 12:9 meaning. We are going to break down the verse section by section, and let's look at 2 Corinthians 12:9 and the surrounding verses. Okay, let's see here. 3 times I pleaded with the Lord to take it away from me, but he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you. My strength is made perfect in weakness." Therefore, and I feel like that's something, it's like almost like learning from our failures. To me personally, that's what it reminds me of. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, and persecutions, and difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am strong. Man. So he is delighting. So that's so interesting that is a characteristic of Paul, right? Paul delighted in weaknesses, in insults, in hardships, in persecutions, and in difficulties, right? It almost kind of reminds me of the thing that James went into, saying that James says something along the lines of we should be joyous in the midst of our trials and tribulations, right? Which that seems like a paradox in and of itself, right? But I feel like if you can just kind of remember that when you are going through a trial or a difficult situation, and you just be like, okay, let's just try and be joyous, even though it's just super paradoxical at times. I feel like just that little switch, you can change maybe your whole mindset, even just a little bit, even if you just switch it just a little bit, right? Just remembering that those simple 3 words of joy, right? Or not 3-letter words of joy, right? Okay, let's see here. It is important here to remember that context Paul is contrasting the thorn, his weakness, is what he's going to say next. Paul asked God to remove the thorn, and what is uncomfortable to Paul is being used by God for his benefit. Paul attributes the thorn to Satan, not God. Satan is the one causing the pain. God is allowing it. However, the pain is not in vain. God is turning his weakness into something good. However, his pain is not in vain. That reminds me of the one verse that says, our labor is not in vain. Maybe we'll look into that one. Let's actually, what verse is that? That's that one sentence they just wrote right there. Labor is not in vain. Bible verse. That's 1 Corinthians 15:58, and it says, "Therefore, my beloved brothers, be steadfast, immovable, always abounding in the work of the Lord, knowing that in the Lord your labor is not in vain." Isn't that strange, right? What I'm wondering, we're gonna have to do a Bible study on that one right there. Like, what does it mean to always be abounding in the work of the Lord, right? Hmm. Anyway, let's get back into what Paul was saying about weaknesses, right? Let's see here. My grace is sufficient for you. Paul has learned a valuable lesson. If you have nothing in this life but Jesus, you have enough. Man, that's gnarly, huh? I mean, that is just such a gnarly thing to say right there. And it is. That's the other thing, right? I mean, if we were to lose everything, like, I'd like to assume there's some way you can find, God's word for free somewhere, right? Or there'd be some churches or something. Sometimes I like to imagine at times how people would react or how they would respond if they did lose everything, right? Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, right? But, it's just very interesting, especially what Paul is saying in terms of he learned the secret of being content, right? And Paul says that we should be content in all situations, right? Now, that sounds absurd, right? Because I think most people would be like, that is ridiculous. There's no way that you could be like that, right? But what's weird is those verses that he goes into, right, is that he says he learned how to abound and he learned how to be brought low, right? So he learned, it's almost, when I think of it, he's learned the empathy and maybe even the trials that people go through, even at a very lowly state, but also he has learned how to abound and be just having so much, right? And if you can learn those two states, maybe you can find a deeper route into learning how to be content in every situation, right? Which that would be such a crazy thing to have, because I know that I'm not like that, right? I'd like to say that I could be content in every situation, but there's definitely times, but I mean, that's the other thing, is I'm wondering, like, sometimes I wonder, it sounds weird, but sometimes I wonder if God's word sometimes makes us, like, sometimes I wonder if the Lord wants us to, like, be more efficient, right? Like, just be more efficient, maybe even just leveling up or just getting better at things, because you know how, like, emotions and stuff can just kind of mess you up at times, right? Like, say, like, I mean, even I can only, just doing certain things, right? If you're mad or angry and you're trying to learn something really, really hard, dude, you don't want to, I mean, for me personally, I don't want to do that, right? Because, like, I feel like if I'm already frustrated or something like that, I don't want to make myself even more frustrated, right? But I feel like if you can get into this flow state of just being, like, just armored up from, like, all these external factors that could play upon our emotions, right? Because there's so many emotions that can affect so many aspects of our life, right? Like, especially the things that I struggled with a lot was like envy and jealousy and coveting, right? And those, if we did a Bible study on that, those just bleed into, comparing your life with other people's lives and thinking that you're never going to be good enough. That can lead into a spiral of sadness, feeling sad about your own life, getting into depression. Depression at times can go into anger. Anger can lead into wrath. Wrath can lead into wanting to steal things or maybe even harming others or getting into fights and stuff like this. And these are just, for me personally, if I can remember this stuff, right, about that these emotions do have a play into the things that we do in reality, right? And the things that we get better at. I feel like at times the Lord wants to protect us from these emotions that could totally whip us into, like, almost like torture in some degree, right? Like, just, and, if you really wanted to level up, right, you'd kind of want to be more in a flow state. That's what I think anyway. Let's see here. Let's continue onward. Okay, let's see here. The reality is we all have a thorn in our flesh, a weakness, and that draws our focus. We tend to focus on all the needs we have in our life. We are focused on the wrong thing. Instead, we should shift from our thorn to God's grace. He is enough for us. I believe God looks at us today and says, "My grace is sufficient for you. You need nothing else but Jesus." Man, that's gnarly, huh? My strength is made perfect in weakness. When we shift our focus from our thorn, our weakness, to God, the result is our weakness becomes a strength. We should note that Paul is not saying his strength, but rather God's strength. Our weakness cannot compare to the overwhelming power that Christ has. Where we are weak, God is strong. His strength is made perfect when we look to him rather than to trying to accomplish it on our own. Therefore, I will boast all the more gladly about my weaknesses. See, that is such a strange thing. What does that mean? it's like, man, that's so weird, huh? It's like, what if like everybody was like that? It's like, okay, let's just go with our weaknesses. We're just gonna keep boasting about them, right? It's just odd. Like, it's so weird. Imagine like if like a lot of churches were to do that. It'd be very interesting to think, right? Let's read. What does this mean? Whenever you see therefore in the Bible, you need to ask that it's therefore. In this case, Paul is concluding his argument. Because of God's grace and strength, Paul will now boast in his weakness. Boasting in one's weakness is the opposite of what the world tells us to do. That's so funny because I was just talking about that, right? It's like the paradox of this verse, right? Compared to like a worldly sense. So it says, we flaunt our successes. We only post the best photos on social media. We know how to put on a good face. But Paul teaches us a different way, to boast in our weakness, to not hide our faults. Why? Because it is a testament of God's strength. Paul is walking not by his strength, but by God's. This is what the Christian life is about. Our weakness can bring God glory when we bring it to him rather than keeping it hidden. Weakness brings the opportunity for divine power. Man, isn't that strange, huh? Sometimes it makes me wonder. It's weird because sometimes it even makes me think about these strange streams that we're doing. I mean, sometimes even these verses right here, it kind of even reminds me of streaming, right? Because in streaming, you cannot edit these things out, right? So it's just like we're just going with our failures, right? People are going to see, especially like the BMX riding that we're doing, especially flatland. Dude, there are days where I do not land a single thing, bro. And I am trying, like I'm like literally trying my hardest to land something. And there are days when I cannot land anything. And I'm just like, bro, those days are so brutal. Every time I have a day like that, I just want to delete the stream, right? And it's weird because I've forgotten about this verse right here, right? But then it's just like, but then I just question myself, well, how can God be glorified in something like where I want to be good at something, right? Where I'm just like, I don't want to like not land anything, right? But there are days like that. It's just very odd. Yeah, it's strange. Let's see here. Okay, let's see here. Paul is not walking by his strength, but God's. This is what... Okay, I just read that. My bad. God's grace is sufficient for you. Many Christians have brought into the lie that self-sufficiency that culture sells us. We tell ourselves that we are enough, that we can overcome our weakness, and that we have it within us. The Bible teaches us in a different way. We are not enough on our own. We are helpless. But we are not hopeless. God has done for us what we are incapable of doing ourselves. We do not need to pretend to have it all together. We do not need to hide our weakness. God's kingdom is upside down. The world highlights strengths, but the Bible highlights weakness. Why? Because in our weakness, God's power is perfected. Man, that's so strange. Dude, even just like hearing that, it reminds me of what that Olympic athlete was saying, right? That Olympic athlete was saying, sometimes the people at the very top are the ones that failed the most, right? Maybe the ones that are at the top are the ones that like just hammered down their weaknesses and just overcame their weaknesses like on such a degree, right? Where they just never gave up, right? Man, that's so weird to think about. Let's see here. This is one of the most important lessons every ambassador of Jesus Christ must learn. Both natural weakness and supernatural power are constantly in work in us, as they were in Paul and in Jesus. The cross is the greatest example of divine power working through human weakness. The greater we sense our weakness, the more we will sense God's power. That's weird. What was that commentary? I kind of want to read another one. Let's read a Got Questions one. What is this one going to say? How is God's strength made perfect in weakness? We'll read this one. Many of the principles of God's kingdom are paradoxes. When the Apostle Paul pleaded with God to remove his affliction, one he called a thorn in the flesh, the Lord said to Paul, "My grace is sufficient for you. My strength is made perfect in weakness." My grace is all you need. My power works best in weakness. God's strength is made perfect in weakness because he delights in taking situations where human strength is lacking, to demonstrate the greatness of his power. God's denial of Paul's request for healing turned out to be a blessing in the apostle's life. So that's actually strange. So I wonder if this verse is the thing that actually has started that entire trend of the blessing in disguise, right? You know, you've heard that, right? I've heard that so many times throughout my life. I mean, I even use that phrase too. I'm wondering if that is where it's, because I mean, that's when I just read that what they wrote right there. God's denial of Paul's request for healing turned out to be a blessing in the apostle's life, right? It's just so strange to really think about that, right? I mean, I sometimes even think about like that with even this knee injury I got, right? I freaking tore my ACL, and it was like one of the most traumatic. I mean, maybe not. Honestly, I feel like this injury has been one of my worst injuries in BMX, but it's just such a weird injury because like I can still ride, right? It's just like I can't ride like how I used to. It's just so weird, bro. And like, cause I've broken my collarbone, you know, I've like had stitches on my head, I've gotten like knocked down, stuff like that. But the thing is like this injury right here, like what's also weird about it is even if, like if you get the surgery, it just takes so long. Dude, it takes like 6 to 9 months to recover from the surgery, right? Well, some people say 4 months, but like the other weird thing, man, is like, it's like this strange injury where like I can like still ride like flatland. I just can't like air out and just do normal stuff that I normally used to do. But sometimes I think about it as a blessing in disguise because if it wasn't for this injury, I never would have gotten flatland. If I never would have gotten flatland, I never would have cleaned out this garage. I never would have started streaming BMX, and I never would have gotten into these Bible study devotionals, right? So I don't know if like, I don't know if that's a blessing in disguise, but I don't know. It's just weird, right? It's just so odd, man. But I wonder if that's where the blessing in disguise. I wonder if this is where that stemmed from. Anyway, let's continue onward. One commentary explains that the thorn kept Paul from imagining himself as a spiritual Superman and revealed to him the reality of his human morality and weakness despite his extraordinary revelations. The thorn also kept Paul pinned close to the Lord in trust and confidence. Sometimes I wonder about that too, right? Sometimes I wonder, like, does God, like, not give us certain things so that we remain in, like, the fold, right? Because sometimes I go, well, do you think I should, like, imagine, like, if I did get these things that I thought were needs at times, but what if that thing that I thought was a need actually drew me farther away from the Lord, right? And so sometimes it, like, trips me out like that, too, because it also makes me think about the verses of, you know, like the Lord, like, pruning us so that we bear more fruit and stuff like that. Like, the Lord wants us for us to bear a lot of fruit, right? And sometimes I go, well, God, why isn't this thing, why am I not getting this need that I think that I need over there, right? Well, what if I did get that and I just started being less fruitful, right? So sometimes I wonder if God, I wonder if like the Lord experiments with people's lives. Let's just look that up right now. I'm very curious on that. Does the Lord experiment with people's lives? I kind of think he does. I feel like my life's just a strange prototype, weird experiment from the Lord. I'm going to be completely honest, because I'm just in such a strange area. I don't know, just even just this injury and just like doing these Bible studies, and it's just like, it's so weird, bro. I don't even know, dude. That's why these things are so awkward to do, but we're going for it, man. That's weird. Nobody's really like said that. I can't really find a commentary on that. Oh wait, somebody did write this one. Did God create humans as an experiment? Huh. You'd think that more people would have thought about that, right? That's weird. There's like only one person that wrote that. Maybe I shouldn't. Maybe that's not the way to go about that question. But let's look at this one where it says that. Did God create humans as an experiment? What is this one going to say? Oh wait, I don't know. There's like really can't. This site's all sketchy. This chorus site's weird because it like goes into different questions after it. What about this one? Are we just an experiment to God? This one says yes. Yes, God messed up with Adam and Eve in the garden. We all know the fellow The fellow created humans and that he knew would disobey him. And then he got all mad because they did what they knew they would do, and then fit the pike. He visited the original sin upon them. Huh. Oh, interesting. Then he realized that humans 1.1 was buggy. This person seems kind of jaded with the faith in some degree, right? But this person does say, but yes, given the subpar design and the need to wipe out and start over, I'd say we are just an experiment and we are implemented to do little. And we are just a crude prototype. Oh, that's funny. That person, I don't know, take that with a very big grain of salt. That person seemed kind of jaded with their answer right there. It's weird, there's not many people that really looked that up or even created something. I mean, I guess I don't know if maybe, I wouldn't maybe say maybe we are experiments from God. Because, if God is establishing our steps, then I guess maybe he already knows what we're going to be doing, right? And sometimes I do feel like some sort of strange prototype experiment for God. Especially just because, the things that I'm doing right at the moment, doing these Bible studies before I get into all this stuff, even just streaming it right now, it just seems so, unorthodox compared to, how most, I guess, maybe churches are operated. But the weird thing is that I wasn't the one that started this. So I'm not the one that, I'm not like the head honcho that started this streaming thing, doing the Bible studies and then getting into other stuff, right? That was a whole bunch of other believers. But what's weird is some believer down the line, they were inspired by something else. And I go, that's so weird. I wonder who they were inspired by, what got them to start doing that. Because something happened, right? And there's a chain, there's a link combo, and then it influenced me. It's the weirdest part, right? Anyway, let's continue on with this commentary. Man, this is such a strange commentary. This is such a strange Bible study. Okay, let's hear. God's strength is made perfect in weakness because he delights in taking situations where the human strength is lacking to demonstrate the greatness of his power. One commentary explains that the thorn kept Paul from... Okay, wait, I just read that. My bad. Paul stopped protesting his situation and began to boast and even take pleasure in his weakness, so that the power of Christ could work through him. That is why, for Christ's sake, I delight in weaknesses, in insults and hardships and persecutions and difficulties, for when I am weak, then I am strong. Paul expressed the paradox of his condition, that in his frailty, he was strong because his strength came from Christ. The words made perfect in 2 Corinthians 12:9 mean fully or entirely accomplished or made complete. Christ's power is made complete. It is able to fully accomplish its purpose when his people are weak and depend on him for strength. When we, like Paul, stop resisting and complaining and let the power of Christ rest on us, we make room to receive countless unexpected blessings from the Lord. By allowing God's strength to be made perfect in our weakness, we have the opportunity to display God's glory flawlessly. That's strange, right? You think that sometimes, because that's what, I don't know about that, right? That's kind of a little weird one that they wrote that, right? The grace and power of God interlock with human lives at the point of mortal weakness. Over and over, the Bible gives examples of God's strength manifesting when his people are weak. Moses, the great leader of Israel, was deeply aware of his human shortcomings. Exodus 4:10, when the Lord called to him to go to Pharaoh, Moses cried, I am not adequate. Please send someone else. God replied, go anyway, Moses, because I will be with you. Man, that's crazy that Moses even said that, right? That is actually really crazy to think about, right? Gideon's story proves that God can accomplish great things through people who forget about their human weaknesses. Trust in God's strength and obey his guidance. Judges 6:14 through 16. And of course, most of our notable biblical example, Jesus Christ, was crucified in weakness, but now lives in the power of God. Wow, that one is really gnarly. That one's the gnarliest, right? 1 Corinthians 1:27 teaches, but God chose the foolish things of the world to shame the wise. God chose the weak things of the world to shame the strong. We must never shrink away from God because of our weakness, but run to him, letting him equip and empower us to accomplish his will. We must remember his promise. He gives strength to the weary and increases the power of the weak. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar on wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not faint. Isaiah 40:29 through 31. Man, that's very interesting, huh? We're going to have to do a Bible study on that one. Man, this is a long commentary. Let's just read this. No interjections. I'm just going to try and finish this off, okay? When we are in a position of need, it allows us to see how much we need God. 2 Corinthians 1:9, 3:5, and 13:4. The more aware we are of our weakness, the more God can reveal his power through us. We now have this light shining in our hearts, but we ourselves are like fragile clay jars containing this great treasure. This makes it clear that our power is from God, not from ourselves. God's strength is made perfect in weakness. When we put our faith and trust in him, the Lord's presence is all we need at times of weakness. His great power and sufficiency rests on us when we find our strength in him, and he is glorified. We can say with the psalmist, "My flesh and my heart may fail, but God is the strength of my heart and portion forever." Psalms 73:26. Sometimes I wonder, do you think, because I remember reading this other commentary and said sometimes our weaknesses could be failures. Man, there's a lot of commentaries for this verse. Interesting. I think that's just a good one. It kind of just keeps me going. Maybe I should just start like grinding more tricks I'm just super not good at, right? Just to, I guess, glorify my weaknesses or something like that, right? Okay. Well, I guess that was Bible study. Weakness. Weaknesses. I wonder if my chat's even working. I don't even think my chat's even working. Oh well. I'm not gonna lie, that Bible study was a little rocky, but it's okay. No worries. If anything, that just kind of keeps me going. Gives me a little fuel in the tank to keep going, even though these things are awkward, right? I guess in some degree, maybe streaming is kind of like the epitome of just showing our weaknesses at times, right? Since we can't edit anything out. You know, like, maybe, it sounds ridiculous, right? But I don't know, like, maybe that's the whole thing as well. Because, I mean, that's the other thing, is you can pre-plan every one of your streams out eventually, but if you do them consecutively day after day after day, there's going to come a time where you cannot pre-plan everything out. You're just going to have to go with it. You're just going to have to improv. You're just going to have to go with your mistakes. You're just going to have to go with your failures. And it's very weird, but it's also kind of freeing. It's actually very freeing not having to be like, having that anxiety of being like, okay, I got to say this and 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 this. And just go with it, man. You know? From the heart, the mouth speaks, I guess, right? Something like that. Maybe you could be more fruitful that way, too. I don't know. We're going to have to do maybe we'll do a Bible study on that tomorrow. What does it mean that God prunes us so we bear more fruit? Like, God wants us to bear a lot of fruit. And he'll even prune us. So I'm wondering, like, how does that look like in our modern society? How does pruning look like in our modern society, right? Okay, let's see here. Let's shuffle these up. Shuffle, 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 shuffle. Let's go today. Got it. What are we to draw today? First card of the day. Huh. Got Builder's Blessing. Man, my chat's not even working. Someone said something and I didn't see it. Look at that. Bro, my chat's all bugged out. Fudge. I wonder if my chat's even working. It's weird. See, I'm behind the phone. I see like a bunch. Oh yeah, I see somebody said something. That's weird. I didn't see it on there. I thought that. No, man, the chat's all weird. Anyway, apologize. I didn't see your chat, man. This is the first car we drew today. Builder's Blessing. This reminds me of the Dogtown Z-Boys. Mix the mortar with holy wards, or blood will run in the streets. I want to watch that movie again now. The Lords of Dogtown. Second card. We have Spirit's Mantle. Sort of reminds me of like spirit armor. The armor of God. Number 3. Tranquil Thicket. Number 4. Oh, we got the Frazetta card. A Christian friend gave me this card. 5. Oh, wow, I haven't drawn this card in a long time. Overtaker. Got a Pegasus. Last card of the day. We got Elspeth Tyrell. Elspeth Tyrell. Alrighty. That was the hand for today. Now we're going to get into bike riding. Open up the stream over here. And we'll adjust this camera. To put God first there. I don't know if I'm doing a great job, but that's what we attempt to, right? Put PSI, and I actually went up in my PSI too, so. Is this all bugged out? Let's see how much PSI I lost. Okay, it was about. Almost about maybe 10-ish PSI. Actually about 5. Severe exercises. Ooh, I'm starting to almost get it. I'm gonna learn multiple whiplashes. Man, those ones are getting a lot more control. That is that first teeth. start trying to paint fiber right there. Maybe cut the time off a bit. Good one. I need to put a plastic bag on. It's like super loud, huh? Yeah, you can do that. That actually might work. I think actually that's gonna work. Try that. Yeah. Good meal.
Pears, applesauce, peaches.
Everything you can have. Into another thing of fries. And now I'm kind of like. It's a new one. I haven't really been messing around with that one. think I might be able to cliffhanger now if this works. It's even harder to do file like that now. I guess I'm just not used to it. Isn't that the same? Yeah, it'd be the same, right? 0. How to drive like that. Wow. Feels way different. Way quieter. Yeah, it worked. I made a noise suppressor. think I can push up into it from this one. Oh, maybe I can be able to. I guess let's just try it. Trick's so hard. I don't know how to do that one. Oh, dude.
Thanks, Hype. Husky, for the raid. I appreciate it. My bad. It's a little hot in the garage, so I have the fans on. So I do appreciate it. I hope you guys are getting more led into more of the mysteries of God and the Lord Jesus Christ. Today we did a Bible study on. Who did we do a Bible study on? It was on, I think 2 Corinthians 15:59 or something like that. Something about our strengths are made perfect in weakness.
Let me see what verse is that.
Oh, you BMX? Oh, you ride Park Street? Oh, for sure. Oh, you got a Colt 2 shirt? For sure, yeah. This is a Colt shorty. I actually got this one from Robbie Morales. It's the only bike company that's ever hooked me up with anything, so shout outs to Robbie Morales over at Colt Crew. Literally, that's the only bike company that's ever given me anything, so this is the shorty frame. So yeah. Right now I'm just kind of just messing around. Let's see what you guys up to. Oh, you have a Mutiny, huh? Oh, for sure. I had some of my buddies ride for that company. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Let's see here. Yeah, my buddy Jeff Westcott actually used to ride for Mutiny. I think Mutiny kind of went under though. I think they got back up on it. But here, I'm going to share this verse that I did the Bible study on today. It was 2 Corinthians 12:9. And I know this sounds really cheesy, but I feel like this verse right here has like inspired me to keep streaming. Sounds ridiculous, right? But let me read it. It's but he said to me, "My grace is sufficient for you, for my power is made perfect in weakness. Therefore I will boast all the more gladly of my weaknesses, so that the power of Christ may rest upon me," right? And it's just so strange that he says like God is glorified in our weaknesses, right? And it's just so strange because like what's weird, even the commentary went into that verse. I read 2 commentaries on that verse right there. And what's weird about that verse is it's like the paradox of our society right now, right? Because if you go on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, like you only see like people's highlights, right? But what's weird about streaming is since we can't edit any of this stuff out, we kind of get to show people our weaknesses, right? We kind of get to show people our failures. So I don't know, if you're out there and you're considering streaming and you're getting disheartened, look up 2 Corinthians 12:9. It's kind of cheesy, but no, let's see, what are you guys saying here? Yeah, there's a couple riders on Twitch. I know there's a dude, his name's Moya Flat. They're actually from Spain. I actually don't understand them because they basically speak all Spanish. But there's a bunch of pro flatland riders on Twitch, and on the Moya Flat on his channel. There's also a couple, Empathy for Insects. He also rides flatland. I think he's gonna start doing a biking stream pretty soon here. But yeah, pretty interesting stuff. What's really cool about flatland, I guess I'll show you guys like where I'm riding right now, is that this is the area I'm riding right now. It's a 15 by 15 square foot area. And what's crazy is there's actually some flatland riders that actually ride in like 5 by 5 squares, which is really crazy. We do have like a little quarter pipe right here. We got some obstacles. We got a curb right here. I actually ride this thing so much. I actually got this for my birthday. Funny enough, I got this on my birthday. We got like the stalling thing. We got this thing. Maybe you guys can get inspired by any of this. I did make this wood thing right here. You can see without this like little ledge, this thing just plops down. But then this ledge is connected to this. Yeah, so got a bunch of various bike parts and stuff. And then we got the Olympic sign right here, because I did used to work at Woodward West for 7 months and got to meet all these Olympic athletes, bro. And they're gnarly, and I always have this up here because like it just shows me that there's people grinding as we speak right now. And for some odd reason, there's actually a lot of believers that are Olympic athletes too. I mean, even like some really, really gnarly Olympic athletes are believers. So that they kind of keep me going. So yeah, that's kind of like the setup we have right now. And just kind of riding around. It's kind of loud, I have the fans on, so apologize for that. I guess I'll show you. I showed Husky yesterday, but I mean not yesterday, the other day. I don't know if I can land it, but this trick right here is the one that got me into flatland. There's like, it sounds weird. I literally just said the exact same thing like on Saturday when I showed Husky. But what was weird is that there was 2 believers that rode flatland BMX, and they both would do this trick, right? It's called a stick B no hander, and it's kind of like this cross looking trick. And that's basically the trick that got me into flatland. It sounds really weird, but let's see if I can land it. I landed it yesterday, on Saturday for Husky, but I don't know if I can land it again. See if I can land it. land it. So yeah, it's weird. Sometimes it's weird just meeting other believers, right? I think it's really odd. Do you guys think that other believers sometimes like guide other believers? Because I think I read a commentary, like a Bible commentary on like how God guides us, and like sometimes like other believers can kind of help us, like lights something that we should maybe learn or something like that. But what was weird is if it wasn't for these two believers that did that trick, I probably maybe would have never gotten into flatland. The other thing about flatland is it's really safe. I'm actually riding without an ACL right now. I don't even have an ACL. That's another reason why I started riding flatland, is because I tore my ACL. And you can still ride flatland and not get hurt even without an ACL. Yeah, flatland's hard for sure. It's definitely, it's kind of like just like, I think there's just kind of like a hard learning curve. But like for some of the tricks like the hang five and stuff, but what I found out is like once you kind of get over that hump of like the hard tricks, everything starts like melding together, right? Like all these tricks start like getting put into one. It's very interesting. Like, let's see what we do. A combo. Oh, no. You're kind of turning me into a believer. I was really, honestly, dude, a lot of people, that's how a lot of people are, man. I mean, I was like in a really, really low, dude, I was in such a bad spot, and like, bro, like God has given me so much strength. It's crazy. Like, I think it's just like weird because, you know, there's so much like negative perceptions about Christianity and stuff. But as I got deeper into it, you know, it really does like, dude, you just start gaining more armor, bro. You start gaining like the armor of God, and it honestly just helps for me personally, and just not only me, but a lot of other believers, but like, it helps me be like more protected from like, you know, envy and jealousy and coveting and sadness and depression and anger and wrath and just frustration. Like, it really does, it like changes your internal monologue. Like the more of God's word you get in you, it's like, bro, it just like, it really does, it's like almost like that thing that the Lord Jesus Christ says, right? Like, you shall know the truth and the truth shall set you free. Like, it really like, I don't know, but it's it can kind of give you like a rocky road though too. Cause like, I mean, the other thing I will say is it wasn't just like I was like, you know, here, like, it wasn't like I was just like some believer and I was just like, boom, I'm fully a believer, right? Like, it wasn't like that. It was like this very gradual process. Like, it was like, I was like, yeah, because I kind of grew up in the church when I was younger, right? But I never believed it, right? And then, like, I totally, like, went away from the faith when I became, like, a teenager and stuff. And then, like, I just started meeting all these different believers, man, throughout the years, right? And they just slowly started watering my faith, man. And, like, I just ended up just fully start, you know, it's like, it kind of just like, it's like you're like a little plant, right? I mean, there's even a parable of it. It's called the parable of the sower. And, you know, like people, us as believers, we're called to go out and sow seeds, which is the word, right? And sometimes the seed doesn't end up growing, right? But sometimes all these believers, they kind of add it, they kind of start watering the seed a little bit, like kind of like what Apollos did, right? And sometimes, well, most believers, I mean, I don't think most believers just ended up becoming a seed and then they were just a tree, right? Generally, it's like you're a seed, and then you kind of start growing one little leaf, and then you start growing a little bit and a little bit and a little bit. And then the more you start, you know, really feasting on God's word and just getting deeper and deeper into it and really starting to like meditate on God's word and really trying to apply it, and it really just starts like, you end up just start growing and growing and growing. It's really gnarly, actually.
But yeah, I've met like so many crazy believers, bro. Like believers that were in prison, bro. That were in prison, that lost everything. Like they totally changed their life to a 180. I met like meth heads. I met heroin addicts. Dude, I met people that were on verges of like suicide, like them wanting to take their own lives. And because of God's word, bro, like it like literally turned their lives into a 180, and they like totally changed their lives. It's like crazy. And like when you meet believers like that, bro, it's so powerful. Like it's kind of scary, and you're like, whoa, dude, it's actually really gnarly. Yeah. Let's see here. I have a hard time locking in, but I can bail. Okay, yeah. Yeah, the Hang 5 took me a while. It took me like a year to learn. I think there's one thing, because I've watched like every how-to on how to Hang 5, right? One thing that they don't really say that I've noticed from the Hang 5 videos is like where you put your foot, right? Because sometimes like certain, especially with flatland, where you put your foot on flatland changes your weight position, your weight distribution. So like say if like I'm on my toes, right? You have a different weight placement. And also sometimes when you're on your toes, you can pivot, right? Because some tricks you want to pivot into it, right? But then like some tricks you want to have more weight on it, right? And so sometimes you want to have a Hang 5 where your peg's kind of like in the middle of your foot. And I feel like the Hang 5, it just feels like I'm putting a lot of my weight. Like here, see how I do the Hang 5? My shoe literally like is like bending over the peg. Like I put a lot of weight on it. Oh. That's what it kind of feels like, just putting a lot of weight on that. I think that's a good one. I feel like that's the tip I would give up. It's just put all your weight. It just feels like I'm putting all my weight on this foot. Oh, I see that, yeah. And then another one, I don't know if you run brakes, but some people have said, this kind of helped me learn Hang 5s. It's called the squeaker. It's kind of like the flatline way of learning Hang 5. You kind of start out like this, and you endo. So you endo, and then kind of go like that, right? I feel like that kind of helped me learn how to. I've actually heard that a lot of flatlanders learned how to Hang 5 from that trick right there. Some people say learning the Hang 5 backwards is easier too for some people. I don't know. I learned it forwards. The other thing is it took me a while to learn how to turn in it, right? Because what's weird about the Hang 5 is like, you know how like it's like weird because you have to like turn opposite to turn normally. So when I'm like actually turning in the circle right here, I'm actually turning my bar this way instead of like this way, right? Because you think you should turn this way, but I'm actually turning my bar this way. And you turn opposite, and it like makes you turn the normal way. It's so weird. Yeah, flatline's really, it's fun. I think it's really fun. It's really safe too. Really safe. Let's see if we can do a Hang 5 combo. I haven't been landing that much stuff lately. Yeah, the other thing about flatland, bro, is like, there's a lot of tricks you can just walk into, right? So this is how I learned this one, right?
So they call it like walking in, right? So like say, like I can just start it out. I can just like put my foot right here, and you can literally just like walk into the balance point. See? And then that's how you can like kind of like figure it out, right? Because then you can learn the ride in, which this is the ride in. And you can like learn other tricks from it. I think that's another thing. Like I feel like learning flatland is kind of like you're learning 3 tricks in one, right? Because there's like the ride in, and sometimes there's like multiple ride-ins, right? And sometimes the ride-in is really hard, or sometimes it's easy. Sometimes the ride-in feels like you're learning a trick right there. And then there's the balance point, right? And so I think the balance point can be considered almost its own trick right there. And then there's the ride out where you land it. So I think that's another thing that's weird about flatland, because sometimes it feels like you're learning 3 tricks in one. Let's see if we can do some other combos. Let's see how we can do like a kind of more like a kickflip combo. Yep. I like doing kickflips. The other thing is I used to not ride flatland. I used to ride, if you go on my Instagram, you can see all my other clips. Basically before I tore my ACL. What other stuff do I know? It would be like a decade mark. That's sketchy. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Flatland's really, really fun. Hard to land. It's like the cross trick. But yeah, the cool thing about flatland is you can basically learn it anywhere, man. Kind of gives everybody a level playing field. But it's kind of weird because like America, there's a lot of flatlanders in America. Like, don't get me wrong, but like for some odd reason, it seems like other countries have way more flatlanders. Like the UK, like Spain, France, like all these obscure countries. Like there's even like Ghana, Africa. There's like a flatland scene growing there. I mean, Japan has a huge flatland scene, right? And I think it has a correlation to the amount of skate parks in that area, right? Because honestly, like if you have a really gnarly skate park,
you're probably not going to ride flatland as much, right? But if you live in like more of an obscure place that doesn't have a skate park or street spots, or you can't build dirt jumps, right? I think this is kind of where like flatland starts thriving. Yeah, I don't have an ACL. I'm wearing a brace though. I'm wearing a brace right here, like, you know, like one of those like knee brace things. But, you know, it's really easy on the body, man. This is why there's flatlanders like riding when they're like 60. It's crazy. There's a lot of longevity in flatland. Almost. That was the only line I landed all day today. Glory be to God. Dude, my streams are so weird. They're really awkward to do, but it's okay. That's why I kind of like just doing the Bible study right in the beginning. And then I just ride my bike, right? Because, dude, my Bible studies are so awkward, dude. They're really, really cringy, but, like, I don't know. It kind of helps me, like, get deeper in the faith. And I mean, from a lot of what these commentaries say, like, we're all called to, like, proclaim the gospel and make disciples of not just one nation, but we're actually supposed to make disciples of all nations. Like, everywhere. So, it's really crazy. It's actually really, really interesting. I wish more believers just started streaming, because like I think it would let a light be shined a little bit more in different areas. Because I don't know about you guys, but I hear a lot of people like getting disheartened in the faith. It's actually really sad, especially like on all these forums, like on Reddit and all sorts of stuff, dude. There's so many believers getting disheartened, bro. I feel bad. I need more encouragement. See, we do like a line with the quarter pipe. Let me start this on.
Let's keep moving on me. It's fun now. I wish that too, bro. Here you are. I have trouble landing anything. I'm not very consistent, but it's fine. I mean, there's actually there's a lot of streams that I haven't even landed one thing all day. Like, I'll just have, like, I probably have like 100 streams already where, like, I'd go all day riding and I didn't land one thing. No. Fudge. Do I have a schedule? I mean, honestly, my schedule kind of is just kind of like, I try and ride my bike as much as possible. I just try and take one day off, right? And that's what kind of got me weirded out, because doing these Bible studies, right? Because, like, the thing is I'm already going to ride my bike this much, right? So I was like, well, if I'm going to ride my bike this much, I mean, I can at least, like, do a little Bible study or something, right? Because, like, I don't know about you guys, but I'm literally talking about years. There have been years and years and years where I've heard so many pastors and sermons, they just say, like, try to put God first, you know? Try to seek first His kingdom. And as I started doing more Bible studies on that, man, I was just like, you know, like, it kind of really, like, started, like, hitting me a little bit differently, right? So, I mean, I don't know. Trying to put God first, I guess, right? I don't know if I'm doing a great job at it, but let's try. Opa. Get to see me fail over and over and over again. I've literally only landed one thing since you guys have been watching. But it is fun. Just training, honestly, like, so I have 3 modes of riding, right? There are 3 modes that I have. So, first mode is like competition show mode, where, like, I'll do a lot of tricks that, like, I already kind of have landed, you know I can land. The second mode is like having fun, you know, like jibbing around, experimenting. And then the third mode is like learning mode, right? And learning mode is like probably the most boring to watch because I'm literally just in here just failing over and over and over and over again, never landing it right. And sometimes I've been stuck on some of these tricks for months on end, right? Yeah, so it's kind of weird. There's like 3 different modes of riding for most people that are into like BMX or skateboarding and stuff like that. Water. Yeah, it's part of the process of learning. Yeah, there's actually this one Olympic athlete I was talking about earlier on the Bible study, right? But there's this Olympic athlete, and she was saying something that says, you know, like most people that think they're Olympic athletes, like they think they're like naturally gifted, or they have like these maybe they're savants or proteges and stuff. Sometimes that's the case, right? But this one Olympic athlete, she said like at most of the cases, the people at the top are actually the ones that failed the most. And when she said that, I was like, man, that's really weird to think about, right? Like she said something like the people at the top are generally the ones that fail the most, and they just never gave up, right? So, and it kind of makes me think about that, like that Bible study that I did, right? About our strength is made perfect in weakness, right? So sometimes like we should just be like, we should take weakness and just like try and endure through it or something like that. Very interesting Bible study. Sorry. Don't be afraid to fail. Yeah. There's actually a psychological thing. I think there's actually like something in psychology. It's like the fear of failure, right? And you can look it up. You know, there's a bunch of stuff on it, right? A bunch of YouTube videos and stuff on it. But there's something about the fear of failure, and it actually gets people to not want to even try, right? And sometimes I wonder if that's actually something that's going on with the church at the moment. Because, you know, like at most time, like, I mean, I could even say it for myself, right? I think one of the big things that I think is awkward about these Bible studies is that, you know, I'm not like pre-planning any of these things out, right? I just kind of go with it. But the thing is, I'm not perfect, so I'm bound to say something wrong. And sometimes I wonder, like, because I have heard some believers that I've heard like bring up questions and stuff like this, like, well, I don't have a pulpit, or I don't have like a congregation, or I don't have a lot of viewers, or I don't have like this or that to proclaim the gospel, right? And sometimes I wonder, like, if some believers are kind of just scared to maybe just like, because I mean, I'm scared too, honestly, of just like what other people are gonna think, or like you know, what is the church going to think of me if I start proclaiming the gospel but I mess up, right? What if I say something wrong? And I think in most cases people don't even want to do it because they're like, well, why even go through the hassle of maybe failing in front of people and maybe getting ridiculed? And instead of even trying, they don't try at all, right? So I'm wondering, like, if that has any implications, maybe in the body of Christ at the moment. I don't know, but kind of weird to think about, right? But that's the other weird thing, man. That's the other strange thing. Sometimes it trips me out thinking about like how the Lord used to do his sermons and stuff like that. Because, you know, like the Lord would just do his sermons outside a lot of times, right? It's kind of strange to think about, right? Like, or like by the beach, or like on a mount or something like that, right? Kind of odd thinking about it. Yeah, take all my words with a grain of salt. I really don't know what I'm talking about. Take my words with a grain of salt. I'm not like perfect or something. I'm not like a crazy theologian, by the way, either. But yeah, I've done a lot of that since. So Oh, I almost landed it. And the front wheel trick is so hard. We're just practicing fishing. Honestly, I find the Word of God fun. It's so weird because I hear like some people my age and stuff, and they're just like, dude, the Bible's so boring, church is boring. And it's like, I don't know, dude, like, the more I get deeper into God's Word, I honestly feel like it's like Flatman. There's like combos and combos and combos and combos. All sorts of stuff like that. I find it fun, honestly. But I guess most people maybe might not find it fun, right? I'm gonna have to do another Bible study on that, right? Because I feel like the Lord wants us to have fun, right? Like He doesn't want us slothful and stuff like that. But because that's the other thing, right? Because if something's too boring, like people don't want to do it, right? They're just like, oh, they're like, you know, like when you're bored, you kind of just don't want to like give it your all. You kind of just don't want to like, you know. And I honestly feel like when the Lord says He is the way, the truth, and the life, right? The word life. When I think about the word life, I do not think about boredom. I think about like fortitude and vitality and zeal and life, you know? Like I don't think about slothfulness, just being like, you know, like, I don't know, that's just me though. Maybe. That feels so loose. Hopefully we can inspire more believers though. That's the big one, right? I mean, maybe that's why the Lord has us doing what we're doing, right? We're just basically here to just plant seeds of faith. Just keep sowing seeds. Maybe becoming fishers of men or something like that. Chatting to the nets. Man, I feel a lot. It's all good. That is. Sometimes I wonder if my Bible studies are just like how I'm writing. I just fail over and over and over again, but I land like one thing sometimes. you landed that?
Bro.
It's actually really rare I just land all that.
Oh. That was crazy. Normally I don't land all that stuff. Yay, we landed something. By the way, this is how I get my clips now. So you just go the stream manager. Here, I'll show you. So here's this. And then you click on edit stream info. Boop. And you go down. And then see this one that says add stream marker? I never knew what this was until probably like 2 years into, maybe a year and a half into streaming. I never knew what that thing was. But if you click that button right there and it says stream marker added, then when you go and make a highlight of your stream, you can see a little tick mark and you can see where I basically can just get a clip like that. Way easier than having to set up my phone, edit the clip, and all that stuff. Just have it 24/7 right there. Dude, it's weird that there's so many reggae songs without the Bible. Oh, I didn't land that one. We landed something. It feels so good just to land something. So stoked. It's crazy because when you see the pro flatlanders, they're just landing things over and over and over and over again. It's so hard. It's so hard to get consistent, right? I'm wondering how they train for a contest run. I haven't seen a YouTube video on that. Cause I know X Games just happened, and then the fives in France just happened, and there's 2 flatland competitions. I'm not sure how to train now.
wonder if I could do the other line and then after. Hey, brother. What's up, brotherino?
How good is it, dude?
Chilling out, man. I guess I'm not chilling out. Trying to ride some bikes, man. Learn more. But there's like more people watching during the stream, so I'm kind of like just doing stuff that I've already landed. So if you watch my streams when no one's watching, really, I'm kind of just like learning. I'm in more of a learning mode where I just fail over and over and over again. But it's kind of more boring to watch, so I'm kind of just trying to land things. Oh, are you kidding me? I was messed up 2 times in a row. Oh well. I'm not perfect. There we go. I've actually never done that combo before. Oh. Do they work out besides this? Not really, honestly. I used to rock climb when I was younger, so I think that's honestly where, I think that's kind of like built my frame a little bit when I was younger. I did used to like rock climb a bit, and then I sometimes, like when I mess my knee up and I couldn't ride, generally I'll just start doing pull-ups, just because I get so like antsy, like I want to do something. I just start doing a bunch of pull-ups, and then I'll do lateral raises sometimes. So it's actually kind of weird. I actually have one of my believer friends. It sounds ridiculous, right? But he used to be a bodybuilder, right? And he's like he became like a professional personal trainer out in Long Beach. Shout out to Brendan. Brendan's gnarly. Anyway, he used to be a bodybuilder, right? And the thing is he kind of taught. He basically said you just need to do like 4 exercises. Honestly, he basically said you just, if you're a dude anyway, right? Basically, he said like you want to just like do the lateral raises like this. You know, like you have like a weight or something. Probably more like all this. And you just do these, right? And then you do like wide grip forward pull-ups for like your lats. And then you just do a bunch of crunches and then just like cardio. And basically he said like that's all you really, I mean that's not all you need to do, but like he said that's like the basis. Like that should be like most of your like kind of like that was like most of his workouts, and then everything else was just like, you know, kind of like sculpting it out or something like that. But that's the other weird thing, bro, is I meet a lot of like people that are like, dude, there's even a lot of bodybuilders that are believers. It sounds ridiculous, right? But for some odd reason I meet a lot of athletes, people really into working out and like bodybuilding. I have no idea why they're more towards into God, but there has to be some sort of reason.
I think for now, I don't know if this is the case, but I think one of the reasons maybe why there's more athletes and more like people like maybe even working out and stuff that are believers, I think it's maybe because, you know, like when you're in the gym, you know, like maybe they just put on their headphones and they just put on a sermon or something like that. I don't know, right? Because like, you know, other things you kind of have to like be engaged. Like, you know, if you watch a movie, you don't really want to listen to the movie, right? You don't really want to like just put on a movie. Oh, I'm just going to listen to it while I do my stuff. But like with a sermon, you can kind of just like put a sermon on and then just put it in your earphones and then just do whatever you want to do, right? You can do the dishes, listening to a sermon. You could do so many things while listening to sermons, right? Yeah, pull-ups. Yeah, pull-ups are good. Yeah. The wide grip forward pull-ups, because it's really hard to get lats. Like my buddy had some gnarly lats, dude. Lats are really hard to get. This muscle right here, you know, like when you see like, you know, if you see like Arnold, he has like his lats are like, you know, and he did so many of these pull-ups right here. Wide grip forward pull-ups. Yeah. Yeah, I honestly really don't do. When I ride my bike, I really don't do anything else really, unless I get hurt. Then I'll start doing like pull-ups and lateral raises and stuff. But generally, everything's just me riding my bike right now. Yeah, push-ups. Actually, I don't really do many push-ups. The other thing is my bike's kind of heavy. Like my bike's not a light bike. Like yeah, my bike's definitely on the heavier side. So I'm wondering if that has something maybe to do with I don't know, like working out or something like that. Because there's some bikes right now. Like I wish I could have a full titanium bike, but they're like, I think they're like $5,000 to $7,000 to get like a full titanium bike, right? I only have one titanium part. This right here is my only titanium part. And titanium's so weird, bro, because it's so light, dude. This thing feels lighter than plastic. It's crazy. This barring right here. Yeah, some riders, they have full titanium bikes, and they're like really, really expensive. This isn't a titanium bike, so well, definitely. And I also am running like the front brakes and the back brakes. You know, you have to run all these cables and these levers, so that definitely adds more weight. I'm also running a bigger seat post. Yeah, so the bike isn't really on the lighter side. Did I put a stream mark right there?
That's when I really started learning stuff. It's when that movie Rad came out, and then seeing like commercials and stuff of people doing tricks and bikes and stuff. Just got into it that way. Then my dad met Jeff Carter and Ron McCoy, those guys very natural. Like the Baldwins, and that's when I really started learning stuff. Hanging out with people that were better than I was.
Hard.
I was catching myself and I understand that we really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I ride, except for I like the fact that I like to ride, you know? And that's pretty much it. Just like to ride and like spending time alone.
And bike's fun. That's the other weird thing is I think a lot of people, like a lot of BMX riders, kind of think flatland's a little bit more boring. But at this point where I'm at right now, I just feel like, dude, flatland's just so fun. Like it's just so challenging for me. I'm just like, why can't I land this stuff, man? It's like it's almost like a carrot on the stick, right? Because I see these pro riders and they're doing these combos. I'm like, bro, I feel like I could do that. And then I go and try it and I fail over and over and over again. See if we can do a hang 5 to whiplash. You know, oh. It's only a little challenging one right there. Does that work? I don't know what that does. When you guys type that in, does that do something or? Like, why do you guys put that little exclamation mark right there? I don't know. We're gonna try elbow glide. I'm never gonna do the whiplash. That trick is so hard, bro. I've literally only landed 2 of these things before. Oh, yeah. That trick is so hard. It's impossible. Feels impossible. So let's see what you do 5 fire items. so many commercials. I want to learn how to like pump that one. Oh, I almost did it. That was so close. Student combat.
Come on, I can't do it.
What about this one? We need to do something. You actually landed something. I've actually landed a lot of lines today. All praise to the Most High, the Lord Jesus Christ. Hopefully we can point what we're doing to the Lord. Oh, come on. Woo. Put on some like rave music. Like too reggae. Some reggae stuff. Oh, actually, there's a bunch of new reggae I found. Library? This one. Do 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 do. almost did it right there. No. Yeah, I haven't listened to any of these songs. This is weird. Oh, so close to landing the elbow back. Oh, I almost did it again. Bro. I'm so close, dude. It's like a carrot on a stick, man. Oh, that's so... Come on. I think we're about to draw here pretty soon. Ah! That trick is so hard. Like, you gotta catch it like perfect. Pedals loose.
So there is a dietary supplement available from the makers of Eccentric. Canine osteoarthritis
So many commercials.
disease that can affect your dog's mobility, even
Man, they need to make more copyright-free music.
down the stairs.
Like, all the music that we're listening to, by the way, is copyright-free. But it's like, there's not much. Well, there is a lot, but it's like stuff that I kind of like, right?
Purely lower sugar. Just the right amount of sweetness.
Ah, fudge. We're gonna go draw pretty soon here. My energy levels are almost expended. Oh yeah, there was the funky chicken toe. Do a little bit of it. Sounds hard. Ah. Oh my god. It's crazy. I guess we could practice hitchhikers. Hitchhiker practice. Oh my god. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how they do that trick. That trick is hard, man. They make it look easy, but it's hard. Well, maybe I just think it's hard.
Like go up like this. Do that. That is a hard trick, bro. I think you just gotta like do this over and over and over again. This thing right here. Oh, I almost did it. Oh, fudge.
I'm really bad at these tricks. That's what we're doing. That was the first one I almost did in a 360. I'm finally learning the funky chicken, bro. This trick has taken me so long to learn. Like just going in a circle. I've literally been stuck on a straight line for like a year. Almost did it. So the combo is to go in, turbine steamroller. This is the combo I want to do. So turbine steamroller, switch my hand, switch hand steamroller to funky chicken. Kind of starting to do it though. Oh, almost did it. Dude, I wonder. I'm like doing a whiplash, but it looks like a boomerang. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Like that is a hang 5 to whiplash, but it looks like I do a boomerang. It's weird. That's a hard trick. That's the weird one, is that one doesn't look hard, but it is. almost did it. That was so close, dude. I haven't landed that trick all day today, bro. That trick is so hard, man. I feel like out of all the tricks, for some odd reason, that trick is just super hard. I don't know why. See, like, if I could just go in a straight line, I'd land a lot of them, right? But I have to like carve it and then turn it. That's what makes it hard. Let's see if we do 5 fire hydrants. See if we can beat my PR. That was 5. How did I do that? That was crazy. I almost lost right there. Woo! Yippee! We learned something. I don't even know what to do. Dude, I just matched my PR. That was my second ever 5 fire hydrant. Might have been a 4, but I'm pretty sure, what's the ramp for? I do ride that a little bit. Let's see if I can do a combo on it. Dude, I just did a 5 fire hydrant. I'm stoked. Let's see here. I do some stuff on the ramp. Let's see if I can do some combos. I did do a combo earlier. Kind of tired though, so like, I don't know if I'll be able to fully utilize it. About an hour ago I was really on it, but I'm kind of tired now. It's kind of hard to get speed for this thing too. Gotta get that right crank. You gotta like, it's like, you gotta like time your cranking in here to like get enough speed to go up it. Like, you know, I could like get up on there. I could have boo-boo-cut that, but I haven't really been like working on that stuff. And then, so sometimes I do that fakie line, and then there's a hang 5 line I do. So you do. Yeah, I've actually gotten pretty close. Kind of have to be careful doing that one. I haven't hit my head though on the roof yet. What got me into biking? It was actually my dad. My dad got me into biking. He got me my first bike when I was 4 years old. And yeah, that kind of changed my life. got into biking because of my dad, and then a bunch of the kids in the neighborhood. We all used to ride bikes. We used to build dirt jumps and ride street, and we used to race too. So then I tore my ACL, and then now I'm riding flatland. So crazy. I went from racing to riding flatland. Have I ever rode a half pipe? Yeah, I actually have. I have rode a half pipe. If you go on my Instagram, there's I should have a link. I think it might just be my drawing and painting one, but my drawing and painting Instagram has a link to my biking Instagram, and you can see all my other riding. Basically, all that riding on my biking Instagram is when I used to have an ACL and I didn't tear my ACL. There's also this line in here. It's kind of fun. that I'll do sometimes, like a faking line. That's another one that's really fun. I'm kind of like tired though, so I'm not riding at my peak. I landed a bunch of lines today though. I think this might be one of the days where I landed the most lines I've ever landed. Oh, that almost did it. That one's hard. It's like you have to like time your cranking, and you have to be at like that right angle to like get into another aggregate. It'd be way easier if this was a big curve, but this is only like a foot long. It's a foot and a half. Yeah, actually, I did crash my bike. I tried to do, so it was actually at the, man, it was on this 5-foot spine over at this park called the Sports Complex. I literally cracked my head open on that same spine. That spine is cursed, I think. Literally, some of my worst injuries have been on that spine, and I have a scar on my head because of that spine. But yeah, it was like really hot out, and you know, like, I wasn't really like fully in it, and like I did this really gnarly gap, right? It was like a really big gap, and I had so much speed, right? And for some odd reason, like I thought in my head I was gonna do a 360, but then I ended up doing a 180 in the air on the spine, and I've done 180s on 5-foot spines, right? But like I almost like 270 the spine, and I stuck my leg out, and like I literally just like, you know, I was like up in the air. And then you can only imagine like the weight of the bike, and then just me on my one leg. I was like this, and my leg just twisted, and I couldn't walk for like 3 months. And then ever since then, I started riding flatland. So then yeah, it's brutal. I wish I never tore my ACL, but sometimes I think it's a blessing in disguise, because then it got me into this, it got me into Bible studies. I mean, a whole bunch of stuff. I think I'm gonna get draw. So
This is the end of the bike stream, so if you're here for watching bikes, I'm not gonna ride no more. We're gonna go draw. Okay, I'm tired now. I've expended most of my energy. I guess not most of my energy, but here's the thing: is that either I can use the rest of my energy to ride my bike, or I can use this energy to go draw something. I think I'm gonna go draw something now because I feel like I can be a little bit more fruitful. Maybe plant some more seeds of faith that way. So. Let's see here. We'll before we get into the drawing stream, we're gonna read some Bible verses. Let's see here. Let's see here. Oh, this is a good one right here. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. I really like that verse. That is Proverbs 11:30. I used to ride BMX. Oh, gnarly. Yeah, honestly, like the bike's really fun, and also like flatland is really cool because like you can learn it in really little areas. Let me show you guys. See, this is like not a very big area. See. We'll line of that right there. This is a 15 by 15 square foot area, basically. And what's crazy is that there's actually some flatland riders. They literally, like, watch this where I point my finger, about this big. I've seen flatland riders, that's their spot. Like, literally, like, you have to be thankful, bro. There's, like, people that are, like, that is their spot. Like, 5 by 5 square foot area. That's all they have to ride. And they shred in a 5 by 5 area. So you don't need all this stuff right here, right? You don't even need a 15-foot area. You could literally ride in a 5 by 5 square. And there's people. I actually wonder what the biggest combo somebody's done in the smallest area. Anyway, we're gonna get into a drawing stream. We do some drawings. So so we do some drawings, some bike drawings and stuff like that. My wall of bike drawings. That one's hilarious. This one turned out so good right here. Look at that little kitty. That kitty had too much wine, bro. I should draw some more homeless people. Yeah, that's kind of where we're gonna get into a drawing stream or something. I'm gonna turn this off. It's a little fan thing. And we're gonna get into drawing. Turn this off. Tag on. Cheers, everybody. Let's drink some coffee. Oh, let's see if you. Man, I can hardly read the chat on this phone. What does it say? I have to like put it on something like bright. Have you seen the movie Rad? The Flatline guys are good in. Oh yeah, Rad. Get ready to break the ice. Feels like time is standing still. Aiming right towards your heart. Ready to take another spill. Only you can make it right. You can break the ice inside of me. Yeah, I know Rad. Yeah, Rad's a good movie, bro. I actually remember that song. Hell track. We gotta beat the dudes from hell. Let's see here. I'm just getting all my stuff together and then we're gonna go draw. Get ready. Man, I wanna watch that movie now. It's a good movie, man. Hooba gabba, hooba gabba, hooba gabba, hooba gabba. Let's see, are the squirrels out? Nope, they got all their food. I'm going into my room. And we're gonna draw a picture, everybody. Welcome to art class, where we put God first, or hopefully try to put God first, and we draw a picture. That's the weird thing is when pastors say we need to put God first, but then you kind of look at society and you kind of go, are we really trying to put God first, or are we just saying we're putting God first? Okay, let's see here. We're gonna draw a picture. This is our last character I did. By the way, I did write that verse wrong. There we go. Welcome to art class, everybody. We're gonna draw a picture. Okay, let's see here. I need to wash my hands. My hands are really dirty. My hands are dirty. Man, there's people still watching this. It's so weird. Today's odd. I guess it was that raid. Normally nobody really watches these streams. I feel weird. Like, who are these people? Who are these people watching this thing? Who are you people? It's okay. You get to see me fail over and over and over again, I guess. I'm going to be right back. I need to wash my hands. My hands are pretty dirty. Put this brake sign here. Where's my brake sign at? Here we go. We're going to take a 5-minute little break or something, and then I'll be back. Maybe I should put on like a video or something. I'm gonna put on a video real quick so you can watch it or something like that. Hey, we can watch this guy. Dan Corrigan. Wait, can I put this up on here? Put it like this. Dan would be cool with me watching his videos on my streams, so he's an early local, so it's all good. Watch Dan Corrigan for a little bit. And I will be right back.
But this guy really does not like. First of all, look how snapped his board is. Literally like one layer holding it together.
You can't even break it holding it.
Wait, that was insane. It's literally just held together by grip tape.
I mean, honestly, it's good and everything, but you're good. I just was really hoping to.
Finally got the flight deck updates. Alright, now he's on Ray's board. Get your boy, dude. I'm feeling a little woozy because you. Where you at? Playing the skate. Loading dock skate. Go.
What you need, my boy?
You won't. What do you mean? Is the Elite Four? Damn.
He literally watched the motocross video and was like, I can do this. A heel clicker. Like, he
Wait. Like, is it actual motocross?
no, you didn't click the heels. Do that again. You can't put that on Dan's video.
Hold on.
No, he really saw the heel clicker out of motorcycle.
Yeah, and then he's like, I can do that. He almost touched. Did you touch? You might have touched.
Why is he doing it where the ground's bad? There's good ground right here.
Over here.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay. You can work.
It's like, but they do it on dirt. You guys think Shadow's here? Oh, he is wearing world. Oh! Have you done that down anything before?
First one I've ever done.
Or you just learned it just now?
Yes.
Wait, that was.
So are you clicking in front of your nose? Like,
It's like this. It's like, have you seen people on the dirt bikes, like, in the free?
no, I know the trick.
Yeah, he's going over, like, how they go over the handlebars.
Can you show us and jump?
Can you do a Superman? Yeah. So it's where you would jump and I guess you would grab the tail. So you would go like this, grab the tail and then bring it back. Yeah, you would do. A seat grab, Superman seat grab. Why did he almost kind of do it? Yeah, he does mega ramp tricks, but like one flat ground.
Oh my god. That was crazy.
He just did a Christ there on flat ground. Jesus could never.
Don't, no, you can't film it.
Oh, it's going so fast. Oh. Oh, come on. He literally does an ollie.
How did he do that?
He put his foot down. Fish out of water.
Laser.
He said laser.
What should I draw?
Dude, he taught me how to do a flip.
No, you didn't. Let me see. Yeah, you did. You nailed it.
I tried.
Maybe we should draw a fisherman. I haven't drawn a fisherman in a while.
Jesus. Yup. Why did you try that?
He bailed. Because I didn't want to skate.
Good call. You're right. Oh, curb ray? Never.
Oh! Shit.
He just wallied that. What? Damn, you're good. Ooh. Dude, hard flip? You're getting really good at this skating thing.
Dude, don't even play with me
Whoa.
right now. Like, that was gas.
Everyone knows he got hurt.
Okay. Let me switch it into art. Add stream marker, add stream marker, and go into art. Art. Done. I'm actually going to make a stream marker right here. Stream manager, add stream info, add stream marker. Let me put some music on. I'm going to open up the chat. And I think we're going to draw like a fisherman person. Bike fisherman or something like that. Boop, 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 boop. Let's see here. Pop out chat. Put it over here. Close this. The double dinger, what's that? Yeah, buddy. Mm-hmm.
Alright, guys, came to the pump track again. Came with some.
Sorry, I'm just gonna listen to some videos, so
different valves.
we're just gonna draw, so.
Harbor board, so it's more like surfing, which is basically what you're supposed to ride something like this on. So, pretty hyped to show you guys. what you're
So
supposed to
these streams are kind of boring, so
Look at those
I don't know. Seems like most people don't really watch the drawing streams, are kind of boring, so I'm trying to draw as fast as I can, but generally it's just like, I don't know, people don't, I guess, watch things like the drawing as much, but it's okay. And I wish I had my OBS working because I could just open up a little window, but I can't really do that on here, so. We're gonna sharpen our pencil real quick. I almost dropped it.
Dude, you can fly.
I gotta get used to the trucks because I just feel like so scared. It's like so loose. You'll get used to it.
So sick. Yeah.
The main thing I'm afraid of is like hitting one bump and losing my balance and flying into the next one. So that's I'm like really trying to avoid that.
At all, you can start flying.
Right? Just catching air. Dude, you still haul ass on that. It is, dude. Oh man. Really? Wait, like side by side? Oh, time trials. That's sick. Really? Crush it, dude. I tried really hard. I looked hectic for sure. There was a video. Yeah. Full send. Oh, he's really cool looking. Is that a girl or a boy? I guess they were saying they were racing last time on the small one. Seems to be going faster. Oh, Val's gonna catch him like nothing. She could. You could tell. So how long in between tries you gotta take a break for?
I'm like still out of breath and it was like 30 seconds ago.
That's why I wanted to ask you guys right now. It's way more tiring than it looks. You know what I mean?
I used to skate the Evergreen Park. It's basically this with all the gaps also filled in.
Oh, whoa. Where's that
Learning
at?
to skate, Michigan.
Oh
There's a
my
lot of
God.
them the north, the west, like
Mhm.
Oregon over the
Oh, yeah.
and over the mountain.
Yep.
But yeah, those
Do,
parks, I would
do,
literally not be
do.
able to walk up the stairs when I got home.
No, literally.
It's like a 60-second sprint,
Yeah.
right? Like you're just coming and running again for a minute.
Yeah. Every time I've ridden it so far, I gotta take like 5 to 10 minutes in between. And then last time I rode it 6 times, and I couldn't skate until 3 in the afternoon. I was just like dead.
You'll get used to it. Though.
Yeah.
Right? We should
Keep track of how many.
How are we gonna draw this? I think the hardest part is just getting started. I just gotta just draw something. Like that's just, for me, that's the hardest part. I just gotta like, just force myself just to draw something and then just keep going and just keep going and just keep going. Okay, let's do this. The topic is some sort of fisherman. I don't know. I think it's gonna be like a fisherman.
For filming this, guys, they're filming it because he's way better at riding it than me.
I kind of want to make it like lighthearted because I've been doing a bunch of like gnarly like night characters, right? I kind of want to like do like a lighthearted fisherman person.
Completes,
Yeah.
and they're perfect for skating this. So, honestly, if you want to come here and have the optimal amount of fun, I'd recommend looking into getting a carver board. So, can you tell us some about the completes?
Yeah, so this is our Girls World Carver Complete. We designed the deck.
Let's start with our line of action,
I think Girls World sells them for
which is the spine of the figure in most cases. I think we're gonna do a bit more of like different proportions this time.
cuts and all that stuff, so it's perfect for that with the soft.
We might go. What was that one that we did? It might go into this proportional aspect.
Slide around.
Slide around. Most people who ride the Carver, that's the first thing they want to learn. They're like, I want to learn how to power slide.
We might do. We might do 5.
But the soft wheels are really hard to power slide with because they're so grippy.
Yeah.
But these harder wheels, you can like slide so easily.
Those are Powell, right?
Yeah, these are the dragons.
Oh, they are the dragons.
Yeah.
Okay, sick.
Yeah.
Dope.
I put these on yesterday actually, and I've just been like obsessed with power sliding with that. Like you can literally turn so quickly.
Sick.
It's kind of dangerous actually.
Okay, so if you guys are interested in getting one of those, I'll put a link to their website in the description below, and their Instagram, and Val's Instagram. know that's the way you should skate. I can just tell and see it.
And Nigel said he's switching to a carver.
But part-time, part-time. First straight flip in. That's tight. Documented. Documented.
Hmm.
Oh, that's right. Back to back. Oh, that was tight, dude. It wasn't bad, dude. But you know, tricks always feel worse than they actually look. It's a trip. Yeah. There it is.
Hmm.
Alright, so this man lives right next to the place. You guys have seen him on my channel before. But we've been hitting this, learning to switch, and I'm going through the same thing a little bit, but my legs are pretty juiced. And you wanted to skate to the store. Oh my god. But you thought your legs were tired from skating regularly? They haven't felt nothing yet. Alright, so I've been pushing myself to the pump track. I'm trying to learn how to do a switch. Homie Brennan's gonna film me, and we'll see how I do.
Alright. I'm ready.
I'm trying to do this in an hour and a half, so.
Oh my god! Whoa! Oh my goodness.
I almost died. Oh my goodness. That turn is crazy though.
Yeah, right?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so I'm trying to learn how to skate and switch because I feel like it'll help my overall balance. If you try it, be real careful. I'm a pretty experienced switch skater, but it's pretty damn scary. Not gonna lie. You gotta take it real slow. I've been messing with it the last couple hours. Me and Brennan have been having fun doing it.
How should I do this? Should we have a dog in here? We'll put a dog. People like dogs, right?
But I highly recommend
People like dogs. So we're gonna put a dog in here.
keep your legs going.
Your legs will be sore, so you better hope you're not going to work the next day. I got work tomorrow.
Yeah. You're just gonna be chilling though, right? Not like moving around too much. Well, I hope you will be chilling, so. Girls World Team, chilling.
Let's put a bike in here. Like a fishing bike or something. Trying to keep it in
That's actually
perspective a
really
little bit, but these proportions are a little bit more dwarf-like.
Everyone did it fine. No one got hurt. Thank God. Good job. Little bro safe. I'm definitely gonna say coming at this time of day or early in the morning is the best. It's not really that crowded either if you're paying attention, but no matter what, you should be ready to jump off. Worst case scenario. Yeah, I can feel it right now. That's why I'm chilling for a sec.
put fish right here. You know what? The dog's gonna have a fish too.
You guys know I'm gonna love this park. They got squirrels everywhere.
I love squirrels too. I should put a squirrel in here as well.
Make friends. It is pretty sick to see though, because there's such a different crowd of skaters here than at a normal park. I don't know if I'd recommend trying to skate this though if you haven't been skating for a while. I do recommend hitting the outside of that track. You can go around the whole outside and it's a big circle and it's really mellow. What's up, bro? Oh, got a buddy too. These guys are big. Found a little dude on my pants.
I'm gonna put the bottle verse like right here.
Definitely show up early though. It's really crowded now. Or getting crowded. And it's just gonna get crazier as summer goes. Val showed up to skating it.
I'm gonna switch into our next layer, which is our pencil layer. I've been trying to draw as fast as possible, by the way. Now there are some artists that can just go straight into the ink layer, right? Like they go straight into ink, but I can't do that yet. So I still do the construction layer. But lately I've been trying to speed up the construction layer. So what I'll do with this next pencil, this is the colored pencil layer. So my next layer, I go in and hit the hardest areas. Should probably be the face, you know, maybe the dog face, you know, some of these hands, maybe some parts of these bikes. And then I try and improv everything else out. Oh man, I just broke that lid.
It's a long time. It's a long time. But yeah, guys, just be careful. Come out and enjoy it for those first couple of runs. Don't try and go real fast.
Stay light on your toes and hit the walls really high.
You don't want to get hurt.
Never.
Never.
You want to keep skating.
No injury.
Never give up.
No injury again. Ready?
Let's go.
Alright guys, you're not going to believe what happened. So our first run around, trying to film it, I fell right where we told you guys to watch out.
I was like, okay, Nigel, get ready for the turn. And then I looked down and he's like fully rolling behind me. Right in the same spot.
Right in the same exact spot.
Oh my god. Right here with the rocks. Like.
Luckily though, I fell straight to my back. I know how to fall pretty well. So I just kind of tucked my hands in. I cut my hand a little bit, but it's nothing too serious. But you know. Really? You're
We got some dirt right here.
But I learned a lot from that dude. So I didn't try to take it to like my shoulder. I just fell flat on my back off the track. So I got one foot down and fell. The GoPro was still recording, but for some reason it messed up on us. Otherwise that'd been the most epic footage ever. Right?
Best of ever.
But you live and learn, so now I know. And thank God I'm okay. No injury, gang. No injuries.
This dude's weird now. Let's have like a mushroom hat or something.
I used to pre-rinse dishes because my old detergent didn't actually get clean. But new Cascade Platinum Plus.
Okay, maybe we shouldn't do a mushroom hat.
With double the non-grease fighting power and double the scrubbing power, so you can load this and get this. New Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently. Okay. What's he doing? Wow, he got real good. He just got dabbed up for that rocket baby. That's some of the standards do. Oh, but that Nolly French sunflip. Got it. Going that. That's my favorite computer.
I don't know if I should do a mushroom hat. People are gonna be like, why? I'll do a mushroom hat.
Mommy wishes he could back tail. He wants to be me so bad. I do. Quick beat, burial flip. Wishes he had my eyebrows. No, it's a burial flip ever. I just did it. I roasted it so nice.
Oh, in a skate you did actually.
Yeah.
Long, clappy crack, and then pretty tough.
I think you whacked.
Leaf bag.
Dude, you just knew how to Williams throwback that clip. How did I want to? Because you just know when someone Williams throwbacks a clip, you just know it's switch heels coming. I was thinking a big spin in the street. Oh, new trick I just learned. Yeah, looks like it.
Just because he beat me in skate one time doesn't mean he can do every flat ground trick. He's just trying to show off now that he's a flat ground skater.
I am the flat ground skater, actually.
Zach Nolan, you're done next.
You met Darren out. How pissed off are you now?
Don't ever do it again. Ever.
Can't do it now.
This character's weird. What am I doing? Let's just grind it out. Let's just. I'm already this far in, then we just got to do it. See, that's how I'm trying to do these drawings. Like, I know this one's just super cringy. I don't even like it, but we're just gonna finish it. Just try to, I guess. Oops. Oops. Man, I keep breaking this lead, bro.
Try to go to back 50-50. Nope. Literally, all you do is front shove on flat ground. Oh. Oh, you can't do that, huh? Dude, actually, my front shoves on flat are pretty random. That would have made it. Okay, well, that would have gone. That would have gone, but if I go over to that, it won't work. I'll try, front shove it the other way back. I said do a back Smith and he's totally avoiding that one. That's why he's avoiding it. I feel like I can back Smith the ledge. 50% of the time it's first 10 tries, and after that, it comes like 90%. But it's definitely not like a trick idea. Well, that was suspicious, but that's good. I told you. I mean, the backsmith is pretty suspicious. No, it wasn't. Was it? No. That wasn't suspicious. That's what happens when you have cool steez. Maybe if you land in the next 3 tries, you beat me. I did 3rd try, right?
Commercial, 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 commercial.
I did it in less tries than you. That's not saying anything. There's like 90 tricks I can name you have better than me. Front Smith back 180 isn't one of them.
Let's see. How would I draw that?
Yeah, totally keep going. Anyways, hey, Cody, front shove 50-50 the round bar for me. I'll try to control the back tail, do a little 90 shove out, aka the bail land.
Feeble that you couldn't do earlier. Pull it up in the parking lot, like, who's trying this dumbass? Oh, it's there.
This drawing's hard, bro. Man, this is how most of these characters are weird. I feel like if I just draw like a gnarly knight, way easier. I could just speed run it through it. But this one, I'm just like having to. I just added so many things. I shouldn't have added all this stuff.
Okay, safety shut manual.
Barrel guy, I want to see some of the barrel flip.
There's some barrel flip out. Alright, I got it right here.
That.
I don't have a Tesla in my mouth, but I can barrel flip. So, oh, let's get this ledge. See
This is hard. This is actually hard to draw.
Was that supposed to be me? Oh my. Alright, watch out, watch out, watch out. Here we go. Hold up, hold up. You won't! You won't! Here you blouse. Hold up. No. No. Nope. I was like, maybe? Yeah, kinda. Yeah.
Just start
Yeah.
going for it.
Yup. Yup. Yes. Yes.
So much sure about this head.
No.
It was just too like a normal hat.
Every try crushers. Oh.
Honestly, I think this
Most
actually might
dramatic
go
nail
down
time
a
ever.
little bit more.
Yep. No, you got that. Do it! Darrell, stand in that quarter pipe. Oh my god. You did.
In New Mexico, the storytelling power of murals allows artists to engage.
Normally I'm not doing it this much, but I'm definitely... Because if I was just doing a normal night, I could definitely just improv it out really way faster. But this one, I'm like still not really sure what I'm even doing. I don't even know what I'm drawing right now, guys.
Jesus. Yup.
I guess I'll just ink it out. Should I just start inking it?
Why did you try that?
Fudge.
Because I didn't want to see. Good call. You're right. For Greg? Never. You just wallied that. Whoa. And you're good. Dude, hard flip? You're getting really good at this skating thing. Whoa.
Bro, this is hard. This is a hard drawing.
What? What is that trick called? I don't know. Ask him. Cartwheel flip?
He keeps trying to skate this one. It's not wax. Oh, I guess it is wax. But it's definitely not wax, actually. I just looked. What? He was in Kidsville? Oh, really? Why weren't you in Kids?
I wasn't really living in New York. I wasn't living in New York.
Oh, that's right. You're fake.
Do.
No one does that backside. That's so fake.
This one's so cringy. Let's just get it done. We just got to get it done and call it a day. I'm already this far in. I can't restart it. This is what's so bad about these drawings, bro.
This is definitely
I only have 1 more hour. I have to get something done in 1 hour. I have to impose these deadlines, otherwise I'm not going to draw anything. Ah!
Oh my. Just skate like that. Yeah. See if you can air out of that. You think he'll try? Yelling at that thing? Of course he is. Oh, he went to flat. I've never seen anyone get into whatever this trick is the way he gets into it.
What's wrong with this?
Oh my god. Okay. Seems legit.
I mean, it makes a beat, don't it? Dude, this is so easy. I think that's sketchy. Who else?
What's he doing? Oh, this is a session. That's so sketchy. Oh.
You're not getting strong. You see that? I didn't hit either side of those walls. We're set.
I think not hitting either side of the walls is not a thing to brag about. Yeah, can you do something with the stairs? Like, I don't know what's doable with them, but there's something there, I just don't know what.
Like Inception and everything just starts getting.
Yeah, all twisty turny.
How am I drawing this, man? I don't even know what I'm doing.
It's not good. No, don't skate this. You're
What
gonna
does a
die.
fishing hat look like?
But also jump on it real quick. It's good enough. No, he can't. He's invincible. Watch. Yeah, John. John knows what's up.
Look, he's got John starting to do stuff. Dude, I got tricks, bro.
But you got this trick? He just did that. He did that twice in a row.
Yeah, I was really scared.
Oh, John's inspired. Big inspo. Big inspo.
a halo. I'm like not sure what to do right there.
Dude, curling over it. He's got more grip with his feet on that board than he does with his hands on that board. Why are your toes so flimsy, dude? You got like salad fingers for toes. Kickflip. Told you. Oh. You gonna go for the first try? He said yes.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that. We think we found a when in doubt, you just make a leaf thing. Dude, that's so weird. I just ended up just doing a hat, and then now it's just like some sort of halo with a leaf thing. I was like, man, that hat looks really weird.
Okay, a real skater just showed up.
You know, we could do one like we did the other day.
Well, he stuck it. Can you imagine doing that heel flip and putting your feet on it anyways? Can I get it moved on? No, hell no. I jump like this. You're jumping so much higher than you need to.
Let's just ink it out. Let's just go for it. I'm hesitating too much, man. I don't have that much time. I just have to just get this thing done. This one's a cringy one, bro. Okay, let's just get this done. I don't even like this drawing. We just gotta get it done now. Let's just speed run it. Alright, we're speed right now. No going back. Just gotta like be confident and just go for it.
It's broke behind the truck. So yeah, that ain't gonna work. Oh, I don't want him to run it back. Not worth it. Not worth it. Yeah, you didn't run it, right? Yes! He did it! I'm just gonna say it. That heel flip was better than all 19 of your tricks you've landed so far. That was nothing like that. You're like I'm not gonna say it. I don't need to. Second try. We're just gonna ignore the first 10 tries. Oh my god. That looks sick. That logo? You made this? Illuminati. Illuminati? That was sick though. He was just telling me that he like randomly emailed Gons and Gons like randomly hit him back and was like, oh yeah, I was just thinking about you. You should tie ropes to your feet and jump rope with your hands. So like basically just do jump roping upside down. He said he tried it, it was too hard. So if you think you got that, let me get that clip. Oh, you had it. If you put both of those together, you get one halfway decent one. Yeah, do it again.
This thing is weird, bro. What is this character? Character strange. We'll watch this guy.
I should go for a run today, but it looks like it could rain. Save on epic rain jackets at Sierra. See?
Mother's cookies. Stop and taste the frosting.
Okay guys, hi. So I'm gonna unbox the Dyson Airwrap. Whenever I shop with Google, I know I can see a ton of user reviews to tell me exactly what I need to know about a product. This actually makes curling both sides of your hair so easy. Oh my god, that looks so good.
Here we go! Oh! That's first car! Can't be snails. It's again snails. Just went spastic. Holy whoosh! Time is 3:24 in the AM. Oh! Big head shake. Oh my god! Starving it. Love it. This is what it's all about. Oh, she's out there. She is out there. Woo-hoo-hoo. Have a look at this, doggies. What is going on? Welcome back to another video. Wrap your eyes around this spot, would ya? Hey, this is a very, very happy moment in my life right now. I've been bunkered down in the troopy for the last 3 days. We've had some of the most incredibly haggard weather you could ever think about. I woke up this morning 5:30 to this. Look at this, man. There's not a breath of wind. Sun's coming up over there. Troopy's parked up on a rock out the back. I've just put the first bait out here. Dude, this is magic. Absolutely magical. Alright, so here's the deal. The last 3 days I've been bunkered up in the car, legitimately been eating rice, snails that we've caught on the reef here. Every now and then I was lucky enough to run out between the swell, get an oyster and run back in. But without a word of a lie, the last 3 days I've been eating rice. So we're out here right now, we're going to try to catch something a little bit more substantial. I'm going for a big snapper or a big mulloway off the beach. That's what the aim of the game is this morning. If we don't do that, the rest of the day we're just going to be grinding for some kind of amazing food from the ocean. That's what this episode's all about. We're going to try to feast on something this arvo around the fire. Last 3 days has been a grind, doggies. But this is a very, very nice change to wake up to. Look at this. Alright. Hopefully this rod just starts going spastic and we can get a big green snapper land base or a big silver ghost. Stay tuned. Oh, I even brought myself out a coffee. How bloody good is this? This spot that we're fishing right now is incredibly good looking. What we got is, there's this big nugget of reef right there. This drops down to this deep, very, very deep hole of sand, and then the reef starts over here again and takes off to the south. You can see the angle of it's probably hard to see on the camera, but the angle of the sand here, this goes down on like a 30-degree angle. So that's very, very deep water out there. If, for some extremely strange reason, we don't get a fish on the deck this morning, I'm going to come back here tonight. We'll spend the whole night fishing here. I reckon there would be some slobs living in this area. And I do not want to be eating rice and snails for dinner. That's not happening. We've got to live off the land today. We've got to find something good. We're basically just surviving. Whatever we find, we're going to eat, but it can't be snails. I'm sick of eating snails and rice. We've got to get some good tucker on the deck.
This character is so hard to do for some reason.
Surprised I haven't got a fish on the deck yet. It's coming, bud. It's coming.
I keep messing up on this thing.
Time check. 6:30 in the morning. Gonna have a fish on the deck before 8. Ow!
Screw it, let's just go right for that first one.
Oh no! Holy moly, dude! That was hectic! Look how much line that thing just pulled out. Big shark. That was a big sharky. Oh my goodness. I was over there. Had to run all the way up here. Big shark. Alright, a little bit of action. we've got out here is this little bit of bait right here. That is the last bit of bait I've got in the freezer. We're out of bait completely. So we've got one bait in the water, we've got one bait down here. Once these baits are out, fishing is over. We're gonna have to go start collecting bait. Fish the back of this reef for a couple of tailor. I don't know what we're gonna do, but right now we've got a bit of bait out there, and a bit of bait on the deck up here. That is it. Hopefully this one here, this is the lucky one. I got a feeling. Oh, dolphins out the back, look. Sick. How good. Probably going to be pretty hard to pick this up, but there is a massive pot of dolphins here. All swimming through the water there, look at them all. Heaps of dolphins. Sick. Oi, 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 oi. Something just went spastic.
There we go. Oh man, this character's so cringy. Oh man, dude, I don't even know. I just gotta get it done now. There is no going back. This thing is the cringiest thing I've ever drawn, bro. Oh well. You can't win them all, right? I should have just drawn a normal night. I was like, I want to draw something happy. But no, this is just like, oh my goodness, this is so cringy. That's why I draw like this, because it's just like, it forces me to, I just can't go back now.
Shark after shark after shark come through and just destroyed all those baits we put out. That was the last bit of bait. It got sharked big time. So we're punching up back up to the car now. I'll go see if I can catch some bait, but we can gather a little bit of bait this morning. It's only about, it's not even 8 o'clock yet, and we've already lost all of our bait to sharks. That looks like a bloody good fishing spot, but that's just the way it is, eh? I might kick a fire in the ass, make a coffee, and maybe cook up a little bit of damper for breakfast. See how we go.
Congrats, you made it. You finished college. You got good grades. Okay, passing grades. Now you're gonna get a...
And we are back. Look at it, man. We're going on a bait run. We're gonna go see if we can get a little bit of bait for tonight's fishing mission. You guys seen how hectic it was out there this morning? I think we launched out 4 or 5 baits. Every single one of those baits got sharked by a shark. So what I did today was I just sat back, I relaxed, I've been swimming all day, I've been eating oysters along the rocks, I've just had one of them days that's just that good. I've been waiting for that sun to melt into the ocean. It's just starting to hit the ocean now, so we're going to run down. We've got a little bit of a stick bait going on here. We're going to flick it out, try to get a couple of tailor for bait, and then all night tonight, I'm going to sit on that beach, we're going to fish hard, see if we can get a big mulloway or a bloody mulloway or a snapper. That's what I'm going for. Ideally, massive, massive land-based snapper off the beach tonight. That's the goals, man. We'll see how we go. For now, we're gonna go get a little bit of bait. We're completely out of bait. Had a bloody lazy day. Now we're gonna start work. So let's go. See if we can get a tailor on the deck. 3 or 4 would be nice because we've got a feeling there's a couple of sharks around. Look at this. This is a sick glamour, dude. Look at that, dude. So nice, man. That is actually 100% glass. That's what I've been swimming. I've been swimming in this little pool today. Now it's time to fish. Let's go! Come on, big meter Taylor. Straight off the bat, first cast. Ah! Man, that lure flies out there. Come on, big dogs. Love to get a fish on the deck for a bit of bait. Come on. Oh, that's first cast! First cast! We've got a fish on! You're kidding! Come on, get him up, get him up. That's first cast, doggies. I'm not even joking. You guys just seen that. Come on, keep them hooks in. Oh, Jesus. It'll be a tailor for sure, right in that foamy water. Oh, he's putting up a bloody fight. Come on this wave now, God. Get him up, get him up, get him up. Kick them hooks in him. Oh, good fish. Good fish. That is exactly what I wanted. Oh, and the hook just fell out. Look at this. You've got to be kidding me, dude. He's a slob. That is a good fish, man. First cast, all I wanted to do was get a tailor for bait. Look at that. We've got one. Are you kidding? Look at this. That's first cast for the afternoon. Beautiful tailor. He'd go about, he'd be pushing 550, 600 long. He's a pretty bloody big fish. Oi! Slippery little sucker as well. This fish is going spastic. But there it is. He's a good fish, man. Anyone would be happy to catch that. He's going to be turned into bait tonight. That's a real good start. Alright, I'm going to put him to sleep. Let's go get a couple more. You're a lively little bastard, aren't you? Look at that. Let's go see if I can get another one. First cast right there, we got him. Boom. Good fish. Ready? Cast number 2 for the afternoon. Straight! Straight out the back. Ah! Push! It's cast number 4. Ah! Look at that bloody sunset. That is phenomenal, man. We've only got the one fish on the deck. Literally, first cast we got a fish. I bought about 15 to 20 casts now. We haven't had another sniff, but it's all about that right now. Check that out. That is off its head, mate. We've got about another couple of minutes of sunlight. It's going to be dark, so I'm going to make the most of it. Keep pipping this big dirty stick bait out there, and hopefully, tick tick boom. Let's go again. There it is. That is another tailor.
Oh, fudge.
Just as
Oh,
stay on.
goodness.
Keep tension on this line. Oh no, we just dropped it, you mongrel. Ah! We just had another one on, just as that sun set into the ocean.
I just messed up right there. I wasn't thinking. Darn it. Oh well, can't go back now. I just gotta go with it.
We need as much bait as we can for tonight. As you guys saw this morning, there's a lot of sharks out there. Look at this. One of the most incredible sunsets and a bending fishing rod. Oh, this thing's going spastic. It's only a small one. This is good bait. This is real good bait. Come on, mate. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Where are you? Here he is here. Keep that hook in, keep that hook in. Keep that hook in here. He's not a big one, but he's... Oh! Just pulled hooks. No, get up there. Yes! That's another good one. That's still a good fish. He'd go 45. He's about 45 centimeters long. Beautiful fish. Alright, now we're starting to get some bait together. Here's a good one. That's what we needed. Alright, we got 2. Booyah! That's why I do it, man, for that exact thing there. That sunset. That's off its head. Coming down here, we've got our fishing bait. There's the smaller tailor. He's still a good fish. Anyone will be happy to catch that. There's the smaller one. And then this is the big dog we just got. He's a big fish. He's not a bad sized tailor, that one, but they're both going to be used as bait tonight. Hopefully turning him into a big snapper or a big dirty mulloway. Look at that thing, man. 2 good fish. That was a nice little session. That was actually a very, very quick session. Mission complete. We'll let this sun set. Maybe we're going to kick a fire in the arse, mate. That's what we'll do. We'll go start a fire up the bank here. Well, let's go. So this right here is where I've been staying for the last, geez, I don't know, 5 days now, 6 days now maybe. This is what I've been calling home. I've been waking up and going to bed to some of the most banging sunsets. Look at that. I've just been completely living off of the land, eating what I catch. These little rocks down here are loaded with oysters and little periwinkles. They're eating rice and periwinkles. We just got stuck in a 3-day, not a storm, but just the most hideous wind. So this is the nicest change. The first night I'll be having a fire tonight because it was too windy the last couple of days. And look at this, mate. We've just got endless amounts of coastline to be fishing. We'll be fishing down here this arvo. It's the end of the reef here, and then it goes into this big hole. Sick fishing spot. Alright, let's pick that fire in the arse. This is at home, doggies? This is home. Look at this. I don't know how long I'll be here for, but I'll probably be here for a while, eh? Home is where you park it, the big troop dog. Here's those fish we got. Too lovely. This wood's like rubber, eh? Not that one. That was a lovely cut. Whoosh.
This character is ridiculous, bro.
Very good. Oh, I'm frothing, have a fire. Cheat sticks. Drop him in the hole. Drop him in the hole. Bang, we're gonna have a lovely little fire going any second.
Leaf boy. This is what we call leaf boy right here.
Here's our fishing bait. Hopefully there's not too many sharks out there.
Oh my god. I forgot what fishing rods look like. I need to look at that.
This little fella here, he goes about, we'll say 440, 450. So that's a pretty good fish. And then the bigger one,
How did they connect that rod thing?
put it about there, just roughly. He'd go about 530, 520. That's not a bad bloody tailor. Anyway, that's our bait for the night. Hopefully it's enough. Gonna be some big sharks out there tonight. This morning was mayhem. So this afternoon or later
Let's do
on
just a
today,
stick fishing rod.
but I'm just gonna let that sun completely disappear. I want it to be pitch black. I'm gonna sit around the fire and then set up a couple of rods and we're gonna punch down there, start fishing into the darkness. It's gonna be sick, Noah. Alright, here's the go. Time right now is 8:30 at night. I was like, I'm gonna give it a little bit of time, make myself a bit of a coffee, so we're gonna have a hot coffee, go fishing. And then this stiff wind just comes out of nowhere and just starts like from the south, blowing from the south, and right now it is raining. So I don't know if you guys can see the rain in the camera right now, or you can see it dropping through there, but it's actually starting to rain pretty heavy. And this random little front has just come in and started raining, and windy. So what I'm gonna do is pull up Pew in the troopy, have a coffee. I'm just gonna sit back, start doing a little bit of work on some videos, and then if it gets good, we're going fishing tonight. If not, we will be up very, very early, 3:30, 2 o'clock a.m., something like that in the morning. We'll start waiting a line then. So I'll see yous when I see yous. Gonna have a coffee in the back of the troopy in the rain. I'm getting a big fish on the deck no matter what. Go on, big rig. Bang! Just like that, we have got a barista session underway. Good bloody morning, doggies. I hope you guys are as frothing as I am right now. Time is 3:24 in the AM. 3:24 in the morning. I woke up at 3 a.m. I've already been down the beach. I've done a couple of runs. We've got firewood down there. We've got our fresh tailor, which we caught last night, is already down the beach. I'm going to make a quick coffee, grab the fishing rod, boost down the beach and start fishing. Hopefully, like I said, snapper, mulloway, they're the two fish we're going for. Hopefully there's not too many sharks this morning. But look, I reckon we've definitely made the right call. Out here right now, there is hardly a breath of wind. It's like maybe 2 or 3 knots of wind. Stars are out. Last night we had a little bit of rain. We had a few clouds coming over, but this morning is absolutely bloody beautiful and frothing. Let's go. Quick coffee, and we're down there. Hopefully we can get a big slob on the deck. That's going to be breakfast around a fire. Ooh, I'm excited, man. 3:25 in the morning right now. Let's go. There it is. Little bit of a glow stick. All you're going to see this morning is that thing just going pop, 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 pop. Hopefully, anyway. The waters that we're fishing right now are such a crazy system. Like big, deep, sandy holes surrounded by reef on the left and right. It's a very, very, very good setup. We could be catching anything out here. I know that people get big snapper out here. They can make it down here. We've got some real good weather right now. So
Oh well. This drawing is not working out at all.
Every time you say that, you never get them. Check this out. Barista session is on the cook. We've got coffee. As soon as I fill this coffee cup up, we are out of here. Alright, that's it. We'll be back fish, alright? Stay there, troop dog. Let's go. We're going down the coast here a bit. Got a backpack, got loaded up with the goods. Firewood's already down the beach. Bait's already down the beach. Let's go. Alright, that's not going to take too long to fire up. That's going to be a lovely little fire. Boom. Just like that. We've got a fire down here. Send a bait out there right now. Oh, take the smaller fish first. These have been in the fridge all night, so they're super fresh. Feeling bloody beautiful. We'll start this off with probably do strip baits to start and then see how we go after that. But we'll just quickly knock a fillet off this fish. Strip baits are usually my favourite if you've got enough bait to waste. But let's see how we go. Cut a strip out of him. That there is going to get smoked. Bang. This one, come around the top. Boom. Boom. Just like that. One hook on the bottom, one top on the back like that.
Oops.
Hook on the top, hook on the back. That's gonna sit out there. Big dirty bait. Let's go.
All fudge. Using the fudge stripes, magic is here.
Boom. We're officially in the water. Yeah, this is so sick. Alright, we've got a big dirty bait out in the gutter right now. There's the rod. Over here, this is our little fire pit. This is where we're going to be sitting up. We can't get too close to the fishing rod. The fishing rod's a little bit away there because you get these big swells. What happens is it pushes water the whole way up the coast here. So you get these like rivers of water. So we've got to be on the back side of that, which is all good. Here's our little campsite for the morning. We've got fire. We've got coffee. I brought a little billy with me so we can have another coffee. Backpack's loaded. Firewood. We've got everything we need down here, mate. All we do now is sit back, enjoy this coffee, and wait for a rod to bend. How good's this? Time check. Right. Tide check. I said time. 3:44 in the morning. I'm gonna watch that rod like an eagle. Let's go, doggies. Uh-oh! I think we've just had our first shark for the morning. We've just had a shark come through and take the whole lot, dude. Look, nothing left.
A big fish right there.
Shark number one for the morning. Look at that, gone. Just like that, the whole entire lot is sniffed by a shark. That's shark number one. 3:53 in the morning. Already we've had a shark. That's not good going. That's not good. Alright, we're rigged up again. Same rig as last time. Double snelled hooks like that. Bang, bang. We got one straight hook on the bottom. One like octopus lip hook on the top. Snelled rig, 100-pound leader coming down, three-way swivel down to a star sinker. Bang, bang, bang. Let's get this out there. Boom! See you later, mate. Good luck out there. No more sharks. Don't tell me that was another shark. Oh, no, no, no. We've got fish on here. Oh, we've got fish on. That's head shakes. Big head shakes. Oh, oh no. That's a shark.
I actually need to put this bike a little bit. No, I guess that might work.
Alley, dude. Here we go, here we go. Something's going on here. Here we go. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Ah! Still there? Gone. That's another shark attack, dude. We're getting railed by sharks out here. We knew it was going to happen, but this is becoming a joke. Another shark, man. Come on. Don't tell me again. Wait. This is fish on. This is fish on. This is fish on. This is actually fish on. Come on, don't be a shark. No, some big. Oh, this has got big head shark. Oh, no. It's another shark, dude. Is it? Big head shakes, man. Oh, that's another shark. You're joking. And that's 4 or 5 sharks now. Ah! Fish on, fish on, fish on, fish on, fish off. Is it on or off? We got fish on. No, what's happening? Oh, we got fish on, it's still here. Is this a shark? Is this a fish? You be the judge. Alright, this is fighting very, very different to the shark was. This is going straight down the coast, man. Shark, just bit me off again. Ah! Mate, this is so hectic out here right now. These sharks are next level. I reckon we would have dropped about 5 sharks at this point, and it's right now it's 5:10 in the morning. We've dropped about 5 sharks. Haven't had any other fish run except for sharks. It's just flat stick, shark after shark. But you just got to fight through the weeds to get that beautiful little flower, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to sit here and I'll just keep fighting these sharks until we get that one fish that we need to come through. Even a little shark on the fire would be bloody beautiful right now. Just anything except for eating rice. That's all I want to do. But right now we're just fighting sharks, and they're not small sharks. These are big sharks, man. They're just picking it up and they're just going, bah! They're just going straight for the horizon. So there's an update for you. 5:11 in the morning. We are getting sharks like you would not believe, but we just got to fight through the sharks to get the good fish, I reckon. Sitting here on the second coffee around the fire. Look, can't complain too much, mate. This is bloody beautiful. Look at it. Fire pumping. Nice moon up there. I don't know if you guys will get to see that moon, but there's a nice moon up there. Everything's good down here. Righto. See when we got a bend in that rod, eh? Ow!
Man, this one is not working out, bro. I'm just like forcing this one so bad. I'm like really trying to just finish this. I don't even like this drawing at all, but
Yep, another shark. This is hectic. Oh, I don't know what's going on here, but we've got something small. Something really, really bloody small. What is this? Oh, it's a bloody tailor. That's not what we come for. That's good. That's backup breakfast if we need it. Fresh tailor. We'll keep him. It's not what we come for. Look at that. Beautiful little tailor. He'll be good breakfast if we don't need him for bait. Anyway, if we don't get any big fish, that thing there is going to have to be breakfast. Sun is just coming up. I don't know if you guys can see that light over there, but that sun is just starting to make a little bit of light in the distance over there. That's one tailor. We'll keep him just in case. Well, there's another little tailor on the deck. Look at this sunrise. How good is this? Sun's rising. Starting to turn into a bloody beautiful morning. That's the second tailor for the day. Second tailor. I'm going to keep this one as well. If we don't eat him for breakfast, if we don't upgrade these fish into massive fish, we'll use them for bait in the future. Some of the best bait ever. They're also good chewing fresh. So put this guy out of his misery. Send another bait out there.
yeah, this one's hard.
This is epic, dude. Here we go. This right now is by far my favorite hill here. We've got a big dirty bait out on that rod there. So far we've got 2 tailor on the deck this morning and a heap of shark runs. That's it. But this is right now the bite time. So let's see if anything happens to that rod. Come on, big silver ghost.
This is like this is probably the cringiest drawing I've done in such a long time. Normally I'm like into these drawings. This one I'm just like fighting it, bro.
Here we go. Oh! Holy look at the size of that shark! Look at that shark right there going spastic in the water! Look at it go, man! What? What are you doing?
Why is this one so hard, bro?
This is ridiculous.
I think it's just because I put so many things in there. Normally I just draw a knight and a bike. That's way easier. Just knight and a bike.
I'm done. I am done. Pull on the pin. That's it. We are done. I'm packing up. No more. We're not leaving empty-handed though. We've got 2 beautiful tailor. One there. That's either going to be a really bloody good feed this morning after I give them a bit of a clean up, or it's going to be incredible bait for another time. Look at this, mate. What a place to wake up. It is just shark alley. I've never seen it so bad, dude. So many sharks. Time right now is 8:39 in the morning. 2 little fish. Alright. We're gonna go put our minds to work and have a hell of a feed around the fire. I'm starving. And we're not eating rice. That's a good thing. Welcome to the goddamn kitchen. That is going to be up there with one of the hardest fishing missions I've done in a bloody long time. We fished for like, I don't know, 5 hours, nearly pushing 6 hours. Oi, that many sharks out there, it's not even funny. That last shark that we got, bloody jumping out of the water doing barrel rolls. So I am stitched for food. Like I basically don't have any food. We caught 2 tailor. We used those 2 tailor we caught last night for bait this morning. So we got 2 fresh tailor in the fridge right now.
Should I put like a... Oh, I guess we could just do that thing like I did last time. Where it was like that. Like Apollo swatter or something like that, right?
I've got no other options out here. I've been eating rice for the last 3 days. The last 2 days have been beautiful weather, yesterday and today. And I just want to eat something that's not tailor. That's just you go through food out here is tailor. So what we're doing is going to make up a little bit of a damper. It's not a bad bloody view from the kitchen, eh? Look at this.
Yeah.
We've got a fire pumping down here. We're making a heap of hot coals.
I don't know why I was doing these like... Oh, I guess because... Oh, yeah, because it connects right there. Oh, well, we'll just do the connector thing right over there. Actually, I forgot that they actually do that. That's how, like, those bike trailer things work. Is, like, they connect it up on the seat post and then it connects down there, but I kind of forgot. Darn. I'll put a big old barrel of Apollo swatter.
That is looking pretty bloody good. Something that I've got to go with this damper today, it is going to make it that much better. One of my mates in town gave me a jar of like organic honey, like this magic honey that he makes in his own backyard. What I'm going to have for breakfast is damper and honey around the fire. It's going to be that good. We could cook up one of them, Taylor, but just don't want to, eh? Look at that. That right there is the perfect damper consistency. That's what you want to be seeing. That's beautiful. I'm just going to make a little one today. Bang a bit of flour on the table. Spread him out. Yock your damper down there. Get a bit of flour on your hand. Sprinkle a little bit more flour on top of the bad boy like that there. I'm just going to start kneading it together.
When you live with moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis, your day can be
Apollos.
your condition. You weren't made for UC.
Look at that. That is what you're looking for. A perfect little bowl of bread like that there. We're not making a massive damper today. This is just a beautiful little one. Somewhere in that troopy right now I have a little box of sultanas, and usually I put sultanas inside this, sprinkle honey on it when it's done. It'll be the best breakfast out here in the bush.
But for the life of me, mate, I cannot find those sultanas. So we're just doing straight up plain damper. This doesn't have salt. This has nothing in it. So we're just doing a very, very plain damper. That's it, like that. Boom. I'm just gonna let that sit in the bottom of the camp oven now. I've dusted the camp oven up. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a cut that way.
Man, that turned out terrible. Oh well. Man, this thing is the cringiest thing I've drawn in so long. Oh well. At least we gotta get something done, right? I do not like this drawing, I'm gonna be real. To be honest with you. I'm just trying, at this point, I'm just like, trying to get this thing done. I do not like this drawing, but it's okay.
Get down the bottom and get these nice coals out. Put them on this little base that I've already got made there. That's probably enough coals for the bottom. That's putting out so much heat. It's probably too much, but we'll have a crack. Put that on there. Come back in for your second little run. We don't want too many coals on top. That's probably too much. We don't need that. We don't need that big fella on there. Just like that, my doggies, that is it. We've got some bush bread cooking out here. Stoke this fire back up. I'm starving, man. Can't wait to eat something else that's not rice. Ooh. Look at this. How good? Our damper is cooking away very, very nicely down here on the fire. These flies are starting to pick up like you would not believe. As soon as that sun comes up, these flies come out hectic. I've been out in this camp spot for maybe 5 days. I don't even know. I've lost track of days. I've been out here for about 5 days. Out here, you don't have showers, you don't have toilets, you got nothing, right? So every day I just go for a swim. Every morning, every afternoon, I go for a swim. I'm just sitting down here on the sand watching this big bait ball of fish out the back here, and I'm like, I'm bloody itchy, eh? I'm like scratching here and I'm scratching there. I've got ticks all over my body right now. Like, look at this, man. See these little dots here? They're ticks. So I've got 2 ticks biting me there. I've got one on my arm, on the back of my ass up here. I've got another one on the top of my ass here. Mate, they're probably the tick. Like, usually you get ticks in your like warm, soft areas, like under your arms, in your groin. So I've got ticks all over me. They're biting me. They're having the time of their life, having a feed. Welcome to the wild, wild west, eh? I'm gonna get the first aid kit out while that damper cooks down there and start removing ticks from my body. This is the side of YouTube that you guys never get to see. The real side. Being out in the bush, I love it, but I really do. I wouldn't change it for the world. Now I'm going to dig a couple of ticks out of my body. Alright, I'm going to find this first aid kit. It's in here somewhere.
How are we going to draw this dog?
Alright. There's one. Make sure you always, when you get it, make sure you kill it. Squish it, you pop it, you got to do whatever you can. These ticks will be coming off all the goats that are around here.
Let's just go for it. Darn. I'm just gonna wing it. Let's just wing it.
So make sure you get the head off the tick. If you leave the head inside your skin or inside your body, you're gonna bloody become infected, and this is gonna be no good. Alright, there's 2 ticks. While that damper cooks, I'm gonna go do a little bit of a tick look on myself, and we'll tune in with you soon. Ow! Now that I'm not sharing my blood with a couple of ticks, let's have a look at this damper, eh? Should be pretty close to being done. Been on there for a while. Oh, you're joking. Look at that.
I don't like this drawing at all. Let's just get it done. It's so cringy. It's just.
That's so hot. Look how perfectly cooked that is. Again.
We got something done at least. This one was hard, man, for some reason. Well, these are not really that hard, but I think it's just because I was just rushing it.
Perfect little bit of bush bread. Alright, so what we got going on is, this is not salsa. This is organic honey that my mate gave me. Look at this big jar of beautiful, fresh honey. I'm frothing about that. That's like a treat out in the bush. We've got a big dirty block of butter down here. And here is that bread that we just cooked up.
No, I just messed it up.
Chop it up and have a look at the middle. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Look at it. split it that way. Bang. Take a little bit of this butter. Chuck the butter on the top of the damper there like that. Look at that, it's all melting in there. That looks bloody incredible.
Bro, this one is so cringy.
Honey. I'm gonna get a bit of this honey in there. Oh man, this is gonna be one of the best things I've eaten in a long time. We're gonna drizzle that honey on top of that bit of bread, covered in butter. This would have been ideal if I could have found those sultanas. But look at this. We got fresh bread made out in the bush. Today was one of the hardest slogs fishing. All we got was a heap of bloody sharks and that's it. But look, I love being out here. I'm getting chewed by ticks. I'm still out here for another couple of weeks, I think. So we're running on rations of food. So each and every day I've just got to go out. I'm going to try to catch my own food. The go-to food around here is Taylor. Those two fish that we caught last night, those two fish we caught this morning, they're like blowfish around here, and I'm sick of eating them, so I'm trying to find bigger and better things to catch. That's what this episode is all about, trying to find a big snapper or a big mulloway, but unfortunately all we did was get sharks flat out. I still had a hell of a time, and now we're eating some hell good food. Look at that. Bit of bush bread, bit of butter, honey from a mate who lives just up here. Bloody ripper. Oh, dude. That tastes so much better than any Taylor would taste right now. And it's way better than eating rice. I've had rice 3 nights in a row. That's real good. That is real good. Oh, man. You don't even understand how good this little bit of bush bread is after a couple of days of eating rice. And that's about it. That's it from me. I'm out of here. I'm going to pack up the troopy. I'm going to go find a new place to fish. Hopefully we don't get shark like we did here. In the next episode we're going to have bending rods. We're going to be eating good. Thank you so much for watching. If you like this video, make sure you subscribe. If you subscribe, I bloody love ya. I'll see you in the next video, doggies. I'm going to smash that whole entire bit of bush bread with that natural honey. How good. Alright, laters. Bye.
Oh, man. Let's listen to more fishing stuff just because I need to finish this thing out. Ah, screw it. Let's just listen to this. I just gotta get this done, bro. This one's really cringy, by the way. I don't like this drawing at all, but that's the thing is this is why I started inking this way, is because I have to get something done. Like, you know, it literally just forces me to even if I don't like it, like I just gotta finish it. It's kind of fun though, but it's kind of like frustrating, but it's fun. I don't know. I think a mixture of both. I think I just put too much things in here. We got a dog with a fish. We got this dude, Halo, plant kid. He has a leaf bag. He's got a fish. That's a big fish, by the way. Got the hook. Got a Paulus water. Draw the dog out. Man, that thing is cringy, bro. I might put another fish down here. I think that's what we were gonna do, right? Just see if we can wing it. I totally should have not winged. That does not look like a fish, bro. Oh my goodness. Oh, that fish looks terrible. Darn. Oh well, maybe that's why it's on the ground. I just tried to wing this thing. Just improv it out. Put like a little squirrel or something out there, maybe. Doom, 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 doom. Let's put another song on. Another song. God, that fish looks weird, man. Oh my god, let's see if we can just push this up or something. Darn. Oh well. Different kinds of fish, I guess, right? There are a lot of different types of fish, so. Yeah, this one was cringy, boys and girls. This is probably the cringiest drawing I've ever done. I mean, I had this image in my head a little bit, but man, this is not how this is not how I wanted it to turn out. It was like, that's the thing is like once you start inking it, I'm just like, I just gotta go with it. But it's kind of fun. You just have to like fully like commit to it or something like that. It's, I guess it's like fun, but it's frustrating. It's kind of a mixture of both of it put together. I think we're gonna just put like a little Bible verse or something right up in there and just call it a day. Do that. Maybe we'll do like the God Gospel thing. I don't know. Should I put some like plants right here? Actually, I don't know which one. Where should I put the verse? Should I put the verse right here or put it right here? We'll put it actually right there, and then we'll put the shield right there. Yeah, we're gonna write. I think Matthew 4:19. Where's my Bible at? I don't. Oh, I didn't bring it in here. Let's see. I think it's is it Matthew 4:19? I'm pretty sure it is. Something about fishers of men. I think it's Matthew 4:19. 4:19. Oh, is that it? Yeah, it is. Let's do that one, and then we'll do Proverbs 11:30. Hopefully we can write both of them. What does Proverbs 11:30 say? Proverbs 11:30 is the fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. I wonder if I can write both of those in there. Winneth souls is wise. Actually, let's do the KJV version. KJV version of Matthew 4:19, and then we'll do hopefully maybe we can put like 2 verses up in here. So let's see here. And he saith unto them. I gotta really be careful that I don't misspell anything. Saith unto them. Comma, follow me. Actually, I don't know if I'm going to be... let's see. Follow me, comma, and I will make you fishers of men. Now, the strange thing about when I look up sermons on this is actually... It seems like every single pastor, when I look up a sermon on Matthew 4:19, is that this is a call for all of us. Is that anybody that's following the Lord Jesus Christ, he wants us to fish for men, which is kind of strange to think about, but he wants us to fish for souls. Follow me, and I will make, and... make you fishers of men. Make you fishers of men. quotations, period quotations. Period quotations. And then we could put in the other one, that is Matthew 4:19. Matthew 4:19. Should I put it at the top? Yeah, let's put it at the top. Because this is lined up. Yeah. Actually, I guess we could put it at the bottom. Matthew 4:19. Matthew 4:19. Let me put some music on real quick. Matthew 4:19. And then Proverbs 11:30. Proverbs 11:30. The fruit of the righteous. Right, how do I spell righteous? I need R-I-G-H-T-E E-O-U-S. E-O-U-S. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life. And he that winneth souls is wise. Winneth is a strange word. It's kind of funny, huh? Souls is wise. It's like, souls is wise. That's the good combo right there. And that is Proverbs 11:30. These eyes are weird, huh? Put God gospel right there. Shield of faith. Which there is actually this strange Christian book. It sounds ridiculous, but there's this Christian book that I saw, and it was like in German or something like that. Or no, maybe it wasn't in German. It's just some sort of like old, I don't even remember. I saw it in the Belmont Library. But how people actually used to spell gospel, it was actually Godspell, which is actually really weird. But now you write it as gospel, but in some languages they would actually use it as God spell, like as in spell, like a 2L spell, which was really weird. I was like, what in the world? never seen that, but I saw it in this weird Christian book. You got a polo sweater. I think my favorite part is this little squirrel. If there's anything, I really don't like anything else of this drawing. I like the squirrel and I like this fish. That I think I felt like I kind of nailed, but this stuff is just, that fish is just, oh my goodness. I guess, you know what, how we could do it is the dog, you know, maybe the dog crushed it or something like that. Yeah, so it's all weird looking. I don't know what else should I put in here. Thinking about maybe putting some, I guess I'll put some plants and stuff in there. Cause this section's a little dry, huh? Cause I kind of want it to be like, whoop, whoop. Put like a, I guess we'll put like a fern right here. Put some like mushrooms and stuff down here. Mushrooms. Mushrooms are weird. They're weird looking. Mushrooms. That's the weird thing, is when you see a lot of abundant life, the strange thing is you do see those areas and they do have a lot of mushrooms at times. You know, because I think mushrooms actually, if you have mushrooms growing, I think it just says that your soil's really good. You live in a place with good soil. I don't know if that's always the case though, but I know that is a thing, so. This was pretty much the intro over here. I guess we could put some lines up in here. This is kind of dry, huh? Let's do a Bible right there. When in doubt, you just put a Bible to honor the Lord, right? And put a little seed. Oh, weird, I actually kind of like this drawing now. I didn't like it in the beginning, but now it's kind of like, kind of funny. Hopefully this honors the Lord. Let's put a cross on it. Now, I actually did take this one critique into heart. This one girl said, why do I put the crosses on the back of the book? And I was like, what in the world? Like, I totally forgot that there was a front of the book and the back of the book. In the future, where robots take over, a new hero emerges that lives on the plants. Plant Boy. The Legends of Plant Boy. Living in the wilderness. I'm just kidding. I think we're done. Put a couple. It's interesting seeing the parts I improv'd. I think that's the weirdest part about this method is you have to kind of just improv things out, right? And it just like you just have to get something done. That's kind of why I like this method. Is I didn't actually like it, but it just literally just forces you, like, even if you don't like it, you just have to finish it. Otherwise, it sounds weird, but like I feel like this is the only reason why I'm drawing right now is because I'm doing this method, is because otherwise I just get so bored. I can't like stay focused to finish something out. Plant board. With the Apollo swatter. That's, I guess, the Easter egg right there. It's the Apollo swatter. Well, there we go, everybody. We got something done, even though it's really cringy. This is probably one of the most cringiest drawings I've done. And I will be honest, one of the hardest parts that I have is doing these pupils. Oh, I don't even want to touch it. Because I've done drawings and I'll ink it out and then I like press it and it looks like cross-eyed or something. Oh my goodness, bro, it's such a bad... Like, that is just gnarly when that happens to you. I think that's actually why a lot of the old sculptures is they just hollow it out. Kind of want to do like a nostril right there. Oh, dude, that nostril, actually, that's kind of maybe what was missing right there. Alrighty. Oh, we're done. I don't know about the eyeballs, but I'm just gonna erase that. Put this one a little bit more. Let's put a little cross necklace on him. A little Easter egg. Dude, that's actually hilarious. That's let's hide another little cross in here. A little Easter egg. All right, we're done. We're done. Oh, thank you. Sorry, I didn't see your chat until just now. I apologize. But we are done. We got something done. Man, today was rough. This one was, I just literally just had to just power through this one. We had to power through this one. I'm going to put it on the wood thing so I can get the thumbnail. Okay, we're almost done. Boom. There we go. Oh, that one didn't close. Come on. Okay. I'm going to turn off the light so I get a better thumbnail. Back. Alright, we got this done. We got it done, boys and girls. We got the cringe factor of Plant Boy. You know, I guess we all have our own little stories of the cringe. Well, this is the story of the cringy Plant Boy. Okay, yeah, that's what we got done today, everybody. It's a really weird drawing. I'm gonna be honest, I don't like this one, but it's okay. Generally, I just draw like knights and stuff, but I've been trying to draw a little bit more light-hearted stuff as of late. But I'm going to put a little thumbnail marker right now. Add stream marker. And we'll get some close-ups up in here. And get some Apollos water, because there's some verse that says something along the lines of like, I have planted, but Apollos watered, but it was God that gave the increase, or something like that. So we got the Apollos water, we got a little squirrel, a little sprout growing from it. Got a big fish right here, got a stick. And got this kind of like plant leaf armor. He's like has some patches, kind of worn down some of the stuff. Growing a little while right here. Got the little pooch. He's caught a little fish. Got this one. Oh my goodness, that thing I totally messed up, but it's all good. I got a bike. Oh man, this one was cringy. Anyway, everybody, I'm out of here. We out. Have a good one. I don't know what else to say. Farewell, everybody. Try your best and have fun. I'm out of here. These are the verses we wrote down. We wrote Matthew 4:19 and Proverbs 11:30. Adios, everybody. Remember to be like little trees and let us grow in the faith. Adios.